What is going on, everybody? It is SCP-CRMP, aka Lack of Lepers, and I want to welcome you tonight. This is Friday night. It is our weekend Collapsible, where we take a look at the SCP articles that hit the wiki this week. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Of course, as of late, we've been covering all the the multitude, really, of SCP-7000 entries, and we are not done yet. We're going to get through about, call it, 24 tonight, and that will leave us with approximately that many just to get through next week, and we will be done. We will have covered all of the SCP-7000 entries by the time the contest ends. So that should be a lot of fun. Now, tonight, obviously, I got some help. Harmony will be here to cover a good chunk of articles. We'll get through that first, as we usually do. Before we get into it, I do want to let you know, in case you haven't heard, the show is going to be ending. Yes, all good things must come to an end, and I've had a blast doing this. I know what you're thinking. It's burnout because of all these damn articles. But that's actually not the case. I could do this for a lot longer. It's just that, well, without getting too personal, my kids are growing up really fast, like faster than I thought they would. And so they're going to demand more of my time. So I got to make room for these kids because they're special. So that'll be it. You know, I can hear the applause from corners of the space about that. But you know, hopefully this show was something fun, something different, and hopefully this kind of, you know, set somewhat of a model. Maybe hopefully somebody can pick up and do what we've done. I think, honestly, the person that should be doing this kind of stuff is the SCP Wiki team that was apparently supposed to be dedicated to this, which is a crit team or whatever. They should be doing this, and a writing site that doesn't have that going for it says a lot about the priorities, I think. You know, it's probably the most important thing to apply seasoned veteran crit to articles. There used to be a time where that happened automatically. It can't happen now because the wiki is too popular, and unfortunately that really is, in my opinion, the cornerstone of the whole site. That when you remove that, you basically lose everything. There's no continuity with the veterans to the youth of the site writing, and you lose a lot of your identity, your tradition, and the quality standards can't keep up because there's no one there to enforce them. So that's kind of where we are with this. You know, I did this for 4 months. You know, it was just me for a while. Obviously, Harmony shows up to help now, as does Fern, who I appreciate a lot. So, you know, if I can do it, or me and a team of 2 other people can do it, certainly the SCP Wiki staff can do it. Okay. So if anything, the show, in my opinion, was a success because it proved that you can do this. There was quite a contention as to whether or not someone could keep up with, you know, all the articles, and we can. So, having said that, I want to welcome our co-host. This is the one, the only, Harmony. What's going on?
Hello.
Hey, good to see you. How you been?
I've been doing it pretty well. Just been working, writing, you know, the huge.
Love it. Love it. Love to hear it. Well, thanks for coming tonight. I don't have an alcoholic beverage like I did last time. I got my water. It looks like you do too.
Cheers.
We've sobered up. Yeah. We learned our lesson from last week. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you again for coming. I was just kind of setting the stage for tonight. We got about 25 articles to get through. I think you covered a good number, maybe 10, maybe 11, something like that.
I think I had 10 because one of the ones that you gave me I could not find. I think it was deleted.
Oh, yeah, probably so. We still have a couple of those falling off.
One of the ones I looked at was at -1. There was another that was like 3, 1, 8. I think everything I looked at this week, except for one, was under 50. So it was interesting. There was some that I was expecting not to like that I liked.
Okay. Well, let's get into them. So let me share the screen here, and we will get into it. So I think we started. Let me figure out exactly where I told you. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you started at the Parhelion effect. Is that correct?
Yes. That's the one that I have actually open right here, right now, that I'm looking at.
Oh,
look at the same one. Excellent.
This is a good looking one.
Yeah, it's got nice polish, but it felt like it felt very, very by the numbers. Like there was nothing in it that I had. Everything in it was done well, but there was nothing in it that I hadn't seen before. It's got a mimetic kill agent that kind of looks like a paint by numbers watercolor painting that you might do in school. I like the look of it, but
yeah,
it just that was the thing that struck me was like, but like it's got a cool effect. It's this whole thing about the fluctuations in the wavelengths of the sun that are causing rays that are affecting people anomalously, and it links to other. It's got a link to the Leviathan. I think is it the Leviathan or what's 179?
let's find out.
Which one's 179? I forget.
Let's check it.
169 Leviathan. Which one's this one?
A humanoid entity located at a constant distance, approximately 40,000 kilometers from the south polar region of the solar photosphere. I don't know. I don't know who this is.
Oh, this is a newer one, I think.
This is not one that it's got 1,000. Oof.
Oh wow.
Gracious. Yeah. This isn't the one that showed up in Harry Blank's The Loser, is it?
Is it?
I don't know. There was that cross link in Harry Blank's where it was like this multi-armed humanoid figure that kind of hangs out in the sun's photosphere. Maybe I don't know if it was the photosphere. Anyways, I don't know which one that one is. Someone else knows.
I'd have to read it again to remember what the hell are these cross-linked articles that I'm only reading for the first time with association.
Yeah. There's a lot of them here.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of. I did not read through all the cross links here. I kind of let them wash over me. I think that 963 is Dr. Bright, and I'm like, oh yeah, cool.
Huh. Interesting.
I like that. I did like that it was the classic of 076 crosses over with Dr. Bright. I'm like, that's appropriate.
Oh yeah, it looks like that comes into play in the voting over here.
Also,
okay.
I believe that I'm not sure about this, but I believe that by the time of Apollo 13, that Cape Canaveral had been renamed to Cape Kennedy. I think they did that after he got killed. So I think that may be an error. I am not sure now that I'm looking at it. Let's look that up real quick. Actually, when did that get renamed? Because now I want to know.
All right, so Cape Canaveral. So when is this taken? This is 1970.
Yeah, the date of this is 1970.
All right.
For something 1970.
Cape Canaveral.
Because it's talk about the Apollo 13. I think Apollo 13 was the one that Tom Hanks made that movie about, right?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure I have that on Laserdisc in my Laserdisc stack, but I'm not going to go suss it out now. That'd take me too long. It would not be interesting to hear me shuffling through discs in the background.
Well, I'm not very good at Wikipedia today. There's a
Cape Canaveral's like the yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that looks good. Look at that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Miss Historian, you know.
Yeah, I know that they renamed it because I've been there and they call it the Kennedy Space Center now. It's not called.
Here it is. Yeah, look right there, Kennedy Space Center. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'd recommend if you ever come to this part of Florida, definitely go to the Kennedy Space Center. They've got a space shuttle in there that I saw. They have all kinds of rockets, all the stuff they've used. It's really cool. I saw I saw Neil Armstrong's spacesuit and I cried when I saw it because I was like, holy shit, really? That's the yeah. I was pretty emotionally moved because I'm like, wow, that's the first time that human beings went to another planetary body. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, that was on the moon at one point. That's
crazy. I was on my high school NASA club. We went there for a field trip because we were the best in our district at knowing outer space trivia. So we got to pretend to land a space shuttle simulation at the Kennedy Space Center, and they paid for us to go there. So it was pretty cool.
That's a nice reward.
Yeah,
that sounds nice. Well, then I can't compete with you with this kind of info. I think you got it. So yeah, this looks like an interesting article. Once again, the CSS is unique. I don't know if we really see this, that nice black with that nice purple. We got some nice accents here with the yellow all over, especially in the later casting of the document here. Yeah, a lot of cross links, kind of dense feeling, and it seems sort of science fiction-y, leaning into maybe hard science.
Yeah, I liked it. It kind of felt like what's that movie where they're on the other planet and it's like where every minute here is like 10 years on Earth or whatever. Interstellar. It reminded me of Interstellar, where it's like it's got a lot of that hard science, but it doesn't really have like that human core to it. And it's all tropes. They're all done very in an interesting way, but it's all kind of stuff you've seen. You've seen this show before. You've seen this is a rerun. You've seen this episode before.
The image work is appealing.
Outstanding. It's outstanding.
Yeah,
it really makes the polish on this is what makes it more than better than mediocre, because the dialogue is good. I mean, it's well written. All the dialogue is good. It's interesting. It's actual dialogue and not just line. Everyone getting their individual lines. Like, actually sounds like what people would say.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's weird. Like, I don't have that much bad to say about it, but I also didn't really come away feeling that much strongly about it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, sometimes an article rides on the mistakes that it avoids making, and if it can do that successfully, even if it doesn't have that pump, that
It doesn't have that panache.
Yeah, if it doesn't have that, at least it's a nice little save. So it sounds like maybe put this in a maybe meh kind of category. Is that fair?
Yeah, I feel like it's a strong meh. Like, it's a meh.
Yeah. So what did you think about the luck integration here? Was it well done at least, or?
Yeah, I thought that it's pretty cool, because it's all about the high level technicalities of, like, will these, how does this solar ray affect us if this happens, if it felt very much like a butterfly effecty, but like how that would actually play out in real life, and not like the silly ways you see it, where it's basically it feels earned. It feels like it's not just 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Okay. Well, good. Well, yeah, the comments, just as I scroll them, seem to say good things about this. They tend to agree that this is a little underrated for the quality that it has.
Definitely underrated. Like, I wasn't amazed by it, but the fact that it's only plus 17 is an outrage.
Yeah, this
is like a solid plus 50, plus 70 SCP when it's not the 7K contest.
Well, hopefully once all the the pomp and circumstance.
Yeah, this one you're gonna come back in like a year, and this one's gonna be like plus 117 or something.
Like, oh, it finally got its due.
Yeah, like people noticed it.
So this is the Parhelion. Am I saying that correctly?
I
Okay, if you don't know that, I'm
hope so. Yeah, let's
Parhelion effect.
Parhelion effect.
Yeah, who's
Parhelion effect? Parhelion effect?
Yeah, by Dr. Roses. So not someone I'm familiar with.
Oh,
so
I love the containment procedures. I want to say before we move on from it.
All right,
containment procedures. Usually, you know that I poo-poo like the short brevity containment procedures, but that hooked me. That made me like, okay, what do you got going on here, bud?
Love it. So
you know what? Actually, you know what? I've talked myself into it. I want to put it at raising the bar, because it does too many things right to not be raising the bar. I talked myself out of thinking it was kind of meh.
In real time. I love the conversion on screen. I love that. Yeah. I'm once again, I'm a big fan of succinctness, of just like aphoristic sort of density. So that definitely captures me as well.
I think it was because this was actually the last one that I read in the pile. I think that might have been why I was initially.
You didn't have you're kind of tired of everything.
I'm just like, yep, cross links, just let them wash over me.
Okay. Well, yeah, this is an interesting one. Once again, nice mimetic kill. It kind of reminds me of Gummy Bears, but not in a bad way. I think I like that. That's kind of certainly a unique angle for a mimetic kill agent image. So that's cool to see. And just great image work. This is a nice looking article.
Yeah, it's actually nice that it's not the usual just what do they usually have? What do they call those kinds of images? With all like the weird shapes.
Oh yeah, the fractalized
things. Fractals, that's what I'm thinking of. The fractalized things.
I do see a couple of areas where we could have some more spacing, perhaps. That's not obviously a deal breaker, but certainly subjective.
I think that it's done on purpose, so I think it's meant to feel kind of like dense, like wax at you.
Gotcha. It is a research log that someone is, I guess, dictating through software. So
I would definitely have broken these up more, but I also can't say for sure that it wasn't done on purpose.
Okay. Yeah, because we get to another one here. All the O5s are talking. It kind of pulls the same thing. The images here sort of convey almost a religious feeling of this anomaly. Maybe even ritualistic. I mean, this is certainly an expressive posture for this individual in here.
Really, they really go hard on the lens flare.
Yeah, serious. Looks like there's a cognitohazardous effect here too. So
I really like the last one here. The last one reminds me of the image from one of my favorite SCPs, the key. That's like the key that if you know anything about it, it turns you into like it infects you with a thing that turns you into one of the fast zombies from 28 Days Later, basically.
Wow.
which is one of my favorite all time because it's got a great log of a person who is slowly getting information about it by the other ones who are trying to affect him, and then he kills himself and everybody in the base with some mechanism, and it's all about his decision making process to get there, and it's really intense and brutal.
What
One
would
of my favorite series one articles.
Off the top of your head?
What was it?
Do you know the number of it off the top of your head?
I think it's like 135. I think it's called the key or like the blue key.
135. Awesome.
Trying to remember something like that. But yeah, that reminds me that because there's a picture of it of a really blurry guy doing like a elbow crooked T pose.
Let's see. Universal carcinogen.
No, it's definitely called the key. Here, I'll help you. I'll help you do a quick search of that. 370. I think that might be it. Let's see. Right. Let's check it out.
A key. This is old school.
Yeah. Does it still have? The image might not have been able to be kept. Maybe the image is really bad.
You know it. I'm sure that's what's going on here. A key. I love that. SCP-370 is a key. It's just a key.
Yeah, the size, shape, and general appearance are unknown because if you know it, that's how it fucks you up.
Wow. Interesting. Little mimetic. Yeah, there it is. Mimetic.
This was a very early mimetic article.
Wow. When was this written? Let's just kind of.
Old. This was old when I joined the site.
2010.
Alias pseudonym. Someone who doesn't get talked about enough was a very good early author.
Wow.
Alias pseudonym. People don't sing the praises of alias pseudonym, but alias pseudonym fucks.
Yeah, the second article for this individual too, as the comments say on the post. Yeah, no one that I've heard of before, so that's interesting to me for sure.
This was an author who I read when I first joined the site as like one of the old bees who had just kind of left the community not too long ago. Who I was like, ooh, at new SCP, they were kind of still fresh new SCP, so I was reading backwards from what was new at the time.
Huh.
And this was a person who I read their stuff, and I was like, oh, neat.
Huh.
Yeah.
Little pockets of the wiki.
Yeah, still can't believe this is plus 17. That's nuts.
Yeah, well, maybe it'll get a little love. Who knows? I mean, certainly looks like a lot of work went into this, so that's cool to see. And so y'all check that out. That is by Dr. Roses.
Nice work, Dr. Roses. Good job.
Excellent. Thank you for that article, and thank you for that review. Moving on, the next one, The Odds Eternally in His Favor, which calls to mind a recent movie. What is that? Hunger Games, I think is.
Yeah, that's a quote from Hunger Games.
Golden Changes is the author here. So let's take a little peek, and Harmony, why don't you walk us through this one as we do our scroll through.
All right, this is it's another one that's actually just dice. It's dice that affect real world probabilities, which I think we've seen done 2 or 3 different times. This one's kind of interesting. I liked it more than I thought I would, because based on that premise, I thought it would be absolutely dreadful. But it ends up not being. I'm looking at it now. I clicked on the email thing because I thought that it was a link in the article, but then my computer is actually now trying to have me email Alan Collins at ircr@skip.net.
One time, this has never happened before. I thought I really made a big mistake when I was a first young author. I put like an actual email address in the document, and somebody really got onto me. Like, so I can't remember who it was, but someone in the comments were like, "Don't ever do that. It encourages the bots to show up and like spam, I don't know, the site or something like that." So I never
don't recall that ever being a problem.
Yeah,
so
well, I was terrified.
Someone was fucking power tripping on you.
Yeah, they were. I didn't know. I was too young to know for the site, but I was terrified. I never put email addresses in my article ever again. So these days, it looks like the risk that you have is to accidentally send an email to somebody. Okay, so we get
the biggest risk you have to worry about. We'd have a lot less problems to worry about. Okay, this is actually not the. I was thinking of a different dice one when I said I like this one. I did not like this one.
Okay.
No, there's more than one dice real world affecting probability article. Excuse me for being confused.
There's probably 3 of them. Probably at least 3 of them. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm talking about just in this set alone, because there's one that I have another comment on because it uses an image that I'm pretty sure is already used in a different SCP.
Oh, it's never good. Yeah, die are just a little too proximal to the theme.
Sorry.
No, yeah, I was saying, kind of what you said.
A little too on the news.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, interesting, decent length.
Commits my least favorite cardinal sin of lazy SCP writing of starting every single freaking paragraph of the description with the SCP designation.
Oh, there you go. Looks like they may have changed it though. There's one.
Are we looking at the same article?
I don't know.
We're not looking at the same article.
Oh yeah. I went to where did I go? The odds eternally in his favor is what's up.
No, I'm looking at the same one. Why am I not looking at the same pictures?
Oh,
motherfucker! It's another offset article. Son of a bitch!
Hold on. What offset are you on right now?
I'm on offset 6.
I was on 2.
Ah!
We're lost. We can't
find out. They got me. They got me again.
Here it is.
Those bastards. Right. They got me again.
Now I see.
They got me again. Okay, so this is the one I'm thinking of. Okay. I didn't realize that it was doing this. They can't keep getting away with it.
What are you doing? Yeah, it's just so hard to. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just especially for a show like this, where we're really almost like unspokenly counting on the article being a little linear in its traversability. This sort of nebulous effect really throws us off. Not sure where to go.
They've got me. They've done me dirty 2 weeks in a row now. I'm so upset.
I mean, so is it just like, was there some sort of, I don't understand how I got to a different class.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, I think, you know what it is? It's because this is actually a design flaw. It's because I've already gone through this article. It doesn't reset. So now that I'm going back, I can only see I'm like, it's taking me to the end.
Oh, I see. Well, that's kind of clever, I guess. In a way, but it goes back for me. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It took me, I'm on a completely different, I'm on offset 6. Now let me go back to offset 2 because I wanted to say that one of the things in these logs, whichever one of these things had the tabs, whichever part of this, I'm gonna have to muck through this article to figure out where.
This is really intriguing. Yeah, so I got to offset 4, and we got a really customized ACS up here, with some really odd inclusions.
Okay, I got through. I did read through some of the offsets of this page. I got through to offset 3, and I thought I was done. So there's actually 3 more offsets that I did not read, but I read the first 3 because those were the 3 on the terminal, and then it took me back to the terminal. I'm like, okay, I guess I read everything.
So of the 3 that you read, what do you think?
The 3 that I read, I thought that it was pretty cool just because it did keep me going through the presentation. And while none of it was lighting my world on fire, I did keep reading it, so it must have been doing something wrong. I thought all the dialogue was pretty bad, and I'm not sure that in offset 4, the character, I read them as being incredibly self-centered, and I'm not sure if that was the author's intent or if they just wrote a shitty character.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to believe that it was the intent and not just my reading, that this character was just meant to be a completely self-centered asshole, because that's how I interpreted them. They were only ever focusing on themselves through all these different situations, and me. It was, yeah.
Interesting.
So I liked that bit of characterization flourish. It felt like the person writing this was like a person and not just the author writing through a sock puppet to convey information, which happens all too often, as you know.
Too often. Crying shame.
Absolute crying shame. So,
all right. Well, did you detect any luckage, any luck themage going on here besides the die?
Yeah. Well, it was everything about it seemed like it was. Chance, the idea of chance was embedded into a lot of the article. What was going on with this guy? He's taking chance in his life. There's things that are happening it's talking about the odds of these things happening. So I feel like it was more integrated into the last straw today, bought 2 lottery tickets, just 2 more.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see.
So the whole thing, he's an abnormally unlucky guy, which I guess is the anomaly, but I guess it's so standard now that you kind of stop. It's the he's lucky. There's nothing about the luck. He is lucky.
That's it.
He's a lucky boy.
Okay.
He's a lucky boy.
Lucky man boy. Okay. Well, cool. Let's see what we can find down here. Well, because it's really not that. It's pretty much discussed more than it is favorably rated. Not that always tells us something, but let's just see what we've got here. Wow, Rounder House shows up. There's a lot of long crit in this, I guess, because it is quite a journey of an article. Okay. Okay, interesting. Mixed bag here. We see some good names here that I recognize doing some good crit here. Dr. Scaramucci, who we talked about last week.
Scaramucci.
Scaramucci. Totally Not Envy is a good one.
That's a good username. I like that.
Yeah, that's a nice name and a good critic. And Dr. Trentavon, also good.
Almost Dr. Trinitron.
Rounder House is good at crit, no doubt about that. So, anyways, check that out.
I see people criticizing the character, but I feel like the characterization was the strongest point. Like the person, the main character throughout this, who I think that they're talking about him being a father. I didn't. You could probably relate to. Maybe you'll relate to him more than I would. I was kind of looking at him from a different person than me, but he's more the character in the article is more similar to you than he is to me.
Mm. Yeah,
in terms of I don't know about not in terms of anything, just in terms of life situation.
Sure. I think I'm of the opinion that you can take a character and a really really good character will pull people's experiences towards that character. Despite not being maybe as situationally meshed.
They're universal human experiences you can get people to relate to someone with.
Yeah. Okay. So interesting. There's certainly a very, very intriguing article that is not your typical. Doesn't have a lot of love. So maybe if this one's catching your interest, check it out. This is by
this is the one that one of the pictures. I believe there's a part that's got. Is it this one or is it? I'm not now. I'm doubting myself.
Mm.
But somewhere, I swear to God, somewhere in this stack of articles, there's an SCP that's using the picture from the architect.
Really?
One of these, I swear to goodness, I remember seeing it. One of these dice SCPs is using the picture from the architect.
How many dice SCPs did you have this week?
I definitely remember there being at least 2. Let me pile back through here. There's one that my favorite one was Never Strikes Twice.
That's a good name for sure.
Well, actually, my favorite one was how it was written, but it wasn't my favorite in the end because I did not like the ending at all.
Don't you hate that?
Yes,
kind of soils itself right at the end.
Yeah, it's you have such a good time getting to the end, and the end it's like you had like a really good thrilling like rise up the roller coaster, then it kind of just coasts back into the scene.
Whoa. Let's not get too crazy here. Let's just go in slowly here. Yeah, so I think I'm trying to kind of just pour through these offsets real quick just to see if we can catch it with this architect. How many are there? Oh, it looks like there's 6, so that's cool. I didn't see it in here, so either it's tucked away nicely or it's another article.
Yeah, I'm scrolling. I'm looking through all my different ones here.
I keep seeing this IRCR. Wonder what that is.
It was like a internal, like a. I think it's supposed to. It's supposed to be IRC. It's taking IRC. I think that I've seen this used in other articles before.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the communication specialists they show up. Okay.
It's taking the IRC from the site's history. It's another incorporating IRL things with the lore. Yeah, I always kind of like to see that when it's done subtly like this versus. It can be also not so subtly, as you know.
I went into the skip IRC recently. Never thought I'd do that ever again, and I did. And it looks a lot better than it used to. They kind of spruced it up just a bit.
Cool. I don't know what you can do to spruce up an IRC channel, but
yeah, they did it.
Good for that.
Whatever they did. All right, so this is The Odds Eternally in His Favor by Golden Changes. Check it out. And Harmony sounds like it's maybe.
It's another one that it does too many things to not be raising the bar just because it does too many things differently. And I liked the character. The character was a character. I liked the offsets. I actually went through them, and I only got confused in coming to them later because it was already done for me. And I was like, wait, what?
Right. Yeah, so those things can be. I mean, I guess that's one thing you got to risk if you write the article that way is that the readers might miss half your work. I mean,
or it's hard to reread it. Like you go back to it, and now I can't reset it back to the way it was before.
All right. Well, interesting though. Nonetheless, that looked like a different article here. So check it out. The next one is Chancemaker by Stoner 99. That's an author who I recognize.
I thought this was cool because it reminds me of it's old timey. It's a Chicago Spirit article, and it's a Chicago Spirit article done well. That does kind of like what we've been talking about this in the Society Discord actually, because Pearson has been doing stuff about this, like the early history of the Foundation. I think he'd appreciate this article because it really kind of goes into that. It goes into like kind of one of the threads of the Foundation early history. It's got this guy. What's his name? William. Yeah, Franklin. The Foundation administrator Franklin Williams III, which is a great administrator name. I think it's kind of very Prussian.
Yeah, Fritz Willian kind of
exactly
name, just a little bit there. All right, yeah, this looks very well written. Seeing some interesting terms here. So it's a collective.
I like the 2521 crosslink it's got.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. That was really cool.
That's clever. You don't see that. You don't see that one crossed over with normal articles every time.
And then to take it a step further and try to like formalize some emojis in there as a way to communicate more about it. That's pretty neat. Sort of pictographically. That's very nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what it says, but
I have not been able to deduce it, but the fact that they went through the effort to do that is enough for me.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, so a lot of cross links, but it looks like some of these are pretty well known, so that might be nice to come across.
My only real complaint with this one is that I want more of it. I wish that it was a more, because it's kind of condensed. You can see it kind of goes down. It's like, here we go. Here's this guy. Here's the stuff. Here's some cross links. Here's occult shit. All right, it's present day now, and everyone unanimous vote, and it's over.
Yeah, this is interesting though, just from a look-see. So it's rare that you see a completely unanimously nay 05 vote. So I wonder what that's about. That's intriguing. But good image work here too. Not nice monotone. This is a particularly good image, I think.
Yeah, no, that was. I also really liked the one of the action photo of just the guy pushing, because I love photos in SCPs that are just like familiarly inexplicable, because I've got no idea what the hell he's doing with that in that picture.
We know he's doing something, and he's getting.
I'm talking about like in real life. Like what is that guy even? He's like a dress shirt on, but he's got like a big trash bag. He's in a field harvesting something.
Yeah, that's weird. Good point. And I hadn't noticed that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Oh, this is fun. We get a Series 9 future crosslink right there. SCP-7000.
That's commitment.
I'm telling you, I love doing that. So I hope somebody writes this exact number based on what the information in this article. That's kind of what I would like to see. That'd be cool.
Give it some future. Give it some future life. Little extra legs.
Yeah, it's a little prophetic there. So, all right, well, cool. So, tell us a little bit about how luck played into this one.
So it's an anomalous. It's a powerful luck effect that is affecting RISA. You know, the information security that is in every article now, and it's got the Red Right Hand's headquarters, the Overseers Council, where everyone's got their, you know, it's the center of the Foundation, and it's a story of this guy Franklin Fritz Williams and his relationship with it, and it tells this whole story that goes back through time to the present day, and through it we see how the effect affects it with these different anomalies. It's got the classic 682, 2521. I don't know what some of these are. I don't remember what 42. Oh, that's the.
I do like how they give you a little description there.
Yeah.
This is something that's becoming a little more common, I think, in cross links these days. The authors will throw at least a footnote out there just to kind of give you a one-sentence description.
I'm looking at 4201, and it looks like they just directly copied the first paragraph into it to give it a good explanation, which is good. That means also that the article they're cross-linking from is good. That it is giving you all the context you need.
All right. Well,
which it's kind of like it's the way that it works. I think is that it's positing that our 05 Council headquarters is like the central of like where all this anomalous energy is flowing through, and it's because there's this ontological effect affecting the headquarters. Then they're like catching anomalies in the slipstream that's causing things to behave. At least that's what I am understanding. It's like another thing that's like the knock-on effects. And then the vote at the end is voting to be like, it says they're voting to reverse it.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how they're going to reverse it.
There's certainly some ethical concerns going on here at the end.
Yeah, that seems kind of.
Huh. Yeah. Looks well written too. I just noticed the clinical tone is nice, and
Yeah,
it looks like the person knows what they're doing.
it's convincing for sure. I thought this was a Pepper's Ghost article when I read it the first time.
Oh wow, that's a compliment. That's pretty good. Yeah. So the Stoner 99, I had to kind of go back.
They really named the Stoner 99.
Yeah, but Stoner 99 is good. I remember reading a few articles of theirs. There's a very interesting kind of murder mystery one that came out a few months ago. Really good. All right, so this is decently well appreciated at 46.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
especially for how divided attention is in this 40. If you're at 46, I'd take that. I'd be like, hell yeah.
Yeah, and then people even still say it's criminally underrated.
It's Balthazar again.
Yeah, I thought we'd read this one as nice. A fascinating look at Foundation history, and it just feels good to read.
It does feel good to read.
There is something to be said for that, isn't there? Yeah, so Radioactive Rad's another good crit, I think. A smooth read. History. So yeah, this sounds like a Harmony article too. History is all in it.
You gotta get that deep. You gotta have that grounding. You've got to have that grounding in the real world somewhere else. If your article is completely in the realm of fantasy, no one is going to relate it to it at all.
Mm-hmm. All right. The anomaly is simple but interesting. The history of the Foundation portrayed through this article is very interesting, and it was well written. That being said, the core narrative presented in the skip seems a tad unmoving and even a bit confusing. Yada 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 yada.
I was there were some things that I wasn't sure about by the end, but I'm okay with that. I don't have to get to like it.
I just don't feel like a particularly logical route for the article. I like the way that's said. Interesting. Perfectly dissatisfying in a way only really good articles can pull off without missing the mark. That's a nice comment. Okay, so this is SCP-7000 Chance Maker by Stoner 99, baby. At least it isn't 69. Stoner 69.
Oh, yeah.
A different game. Okay, moving on.
Stoner 99. Is he like a Stoner Wayne Gretzky? They did legalize it up there.
Oh, I don't know. We don't know.
Hockey fan? Hello.
Could be. Certainly has some out there ideas, so maybe. So this is Providence. Then the next one is Providence by Green Golem.
This one, I was like, is this real life? Is this real life? Read the first bit of this description and
let's check it out. SCP-7000 is the designation given to the Foundation's current state of decline in certain aspects, such as government support, technological development, and available funding. This currently causes an increasing amount of problems such as mass containment breaches, issues regarding the funding of various projects, and the possibility of external groups of interest overtaking the Foundation in certain sectors of research.
I hear people watching Friends in the other room.
It's a good show.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Do you hear the Friends theme song right now?
Oh no.
Okay, good.
No, I don't hear it. I don't hear that. Yeah. Interesting. This person says nobody's really sure what's happening here. I'll just append some files as we go. Okay. I like it. Quirky. Okay, so it looks like the Foundation is just like atrophying in its power, its grip.
I just found a mistake in it.
What's up?
If you go near the bottom, there is a div box error.
Oh, row. Let's see.
I gotta knock it. I can't do better than meh on an article that's got a formatting error. I'm sorry.
You know, they're easily fixable, but they're so easy to spot.
If you're posting for the 7000 contest, you have to do better than having broken formatting in your final article.
So it's at the bottom. Man, this is a long article. It looks good.
It's literally right at the bottom is where it's broken, like the last addendum.
A lot of div work going on here. I'm not surprised they missed one.
Yeah, but it's like, come on, you did all this and you only missed one.
Oh, there it is.
You found it? Yep.
Man, you're so close.
Can't do better than meh. And I also didn't like the ending, so can't do better than meh in this one.
There's also an offset I see here. that is a very long article. And then I think we end it with a tale, and of course a recasting of the actual document itself.
I honestly felt like this was completely unnecessary to have as an offset.
Yeah, I'm not
Completely
just looking at
unnecessary.
this. I haven't read it obviously, but just looking at this final recasting of the document, not sure about that one.
Yeah, not sure about. Also, not sure. Just not sure about the message. Hold on, my second monitor is doing that thing where it turns off. I just gotta plug and unplug, and there we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about the final message. The final message actually, now that I'm looking at it and thinking about it, is the final message of this article supposed to be maybe suicide is okay sometimes if it serves the greater good?
That's what I kind of got.
Kind of fucked up, right?
Yeah.
I just thought it was dumb, like a dumb way to like oh, he kills himself. That's stupid. Like I already didn't like it for that, but that's kind of what the fuck.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Not sure about that.
You've got to. So not only do you have broken formatting, you're also glorifying suicide.
I guess it's utilitarian in a way, but I mean, come on.
I'm gonna put that at whatever the lowest. What's below the lowest, bottom rung? Yeah. That is dog shit. I don't care. I don't even care. I don't even want to talk about what I liked in this anymore. I'm kind of offended that this exists in its current form and no one's saying anything about it.
Let's see if they do. Let's see, downvoted based on character. Things started going downhill. Not really there. Not a lot of discussion here either. Wow. Nothing here is fleshed out. And for a skip where the Foundation goes to war with the world, that's a bad thing. So I kind of get a feeling it's like suicidal in the sense that like maybe Hitler's suicide was good. I don't know. Is that what it's trying to say?
But Hitler's suicide wasn't even good because it came way too late to do any good for anybody who Hitler hurt. Like, there's nothing good or happy about Hitler's suicide. You would have wanted, if you wanted Hitler to kill himself, you wanted him to kill himself in 1939 when he was anxious about how the Poland invasion was going.
Huh. So just to spoiler alert here, we're looking at the author's commentary. The overseer is desperate to hold on to power. Ah, wow! Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
That's why I liked the. Oh, thanks. Aw, hey, how about that?
That's nice. Thank you very much. This is a good one. All right. Well, now we can really get cooking.
Did your waitress bring you some wine?
Yeah, she did. Let's check it out. As we were, the overseer is desperate to hold on to power, thought that the incidents that continuously took place were bad luck. They dug their heels in the sand, oblivious to the bigger picture that everyone actually hated them. Okay.
That's why I was saying today. This feels like it's ripped from current events in the metatextualness of it. Yep.
Definitely see where that's coming. Definitely see sort of scraping the sides of the fourth wall, to get some material. Yeah. Okay, I get you. All right, so interesting ending that calls into question the remainder of the article here.
Yeah, not my favorite, I don't think.
Not the favorite. It certainly has some odd things going on. I don't know if obviously I'm not qualified to speak on this, haven't read it, but some interesting things going on here, I'll say, just from a bird's eye view. A lot of div work. I mean, it looks fine, but a lot of divs going on here.
And yet you did all this div work and you couldn't do a final proofread.
Yeah, if you're gonna elevate the div, I mean, some of this looks really bad. Look at this. No,
I hate that shade of green.
Nope,
is a bad shade of green for anyone to look at.
Yeah, oof, that's a no.
Mixing the colors, mixing. I don't like the mixing. I don't like the orange. Orange and blue. The only place that belongs is the University of Florida, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the right one, right?
Yep.
Yes.
You got it. Yeah, it looks. I don't know. Kind of looks like ACS was melted and then poured into some cast work here in the divs. It almost just seemed like a smorgasbord of div work. Just as many different color divs as you can put in there. I think we got through all
Halloween colors.
Yeah, the whole rainbow's here. So
it's like very Halloween. It's like lime green and like a Frankenstein skin green and like pumpkin orange.
Got to go with a black one for no reason.
Yeah. All
right.
Actually, it makes it spookier. It's more serious when it's on a black background.
That makes more sense. Yeah, I did get a little afraid when I hovered over that. So I'm out. I'm scrolling up. Let's get out. All right. So this is Providence. This is by Green Golem, who I'm not familiar with. Green
Golem. I think your article is kind of problematic, and you might want to rethink parts of it. But parts of it work. I don't think you're a bad writer, but questionable.
Now, moving on. Never Strikes Twice.
I
And
loved this one.
Yeah,
I loved this one until I got to the end and I didn't love it anymore, but I still really like it.
Okay, well, let's walk us through it, and
it's very minimalist. It's very minimalist, and it's very much about human relationships, which I really enjoy when an SCP is about human relationships and not just about it's about human relationship and when it's done well versus when it's shoehorned in. It feels
very organic.
Yeah. It's about the Foundation thinks that that people are now struck by lightning, you're gonna get hit by lightning more. So it's a love story between these two people. I think that I'm not sure who the main character is mostly referred to, like in the first person. I think that they're a lady and a man, but I am not 100. It's Adrian and Roger, I believe their names.
Yeah, Roger and a Brooke, at least. Maybe
yeah, it's all told through this extremely minimalist Hemingway-esque style dialogue bits, which I really enjoy.
Nice.
Not all of the sometimes the dialogue is a little cornball, but I appreciate the stylus, and it's breezy and fast enough that you move past the cornball stuff and you get to
Yeah, a lot of space going on here, so the scroll bar is a little deceiving.
But it commits a cardinal sin that Troy once described to me in talking about articles that he disliked, that I've always taken as a maxim since then, because Troy was one of the most brilliant men who I've ever met in my entire life. But he said that there can be no happiest endings. You can have happy endings. You can have endings where the characters get the girl, get the guy, get the save the day, save the orphanage, whatever they want to do. But you can't have a happy ending. There always has to be a hint of sadness, a hint of unfulfilled potential to. Otherwise, it doesn't feel real. Otherwise, it feels like something out of Hollywood.
Yeah, it feels plastic and manufactured. I can see this. Go ahead.
The Christmas Eve marriage proposal was a bit much, guys. Come on.
That's what I was
tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I said, "Oh my gosh, it's
a little Hallmark channel, guys. Come on."
Yeah, I hear you.
A little too Hallmark for me. Sorry.
And it did get explained by the end, so that's an interesting.
That's another thing that I thought was bad. I thought that honestly, you would have earned the Christmas Eve wedding Hallmark proposal if you had not explained it, and this person actually did have the lightning ability effect, and they were going to get hit by lightning when you had to adapt to that in your lives, and you were choosing to spend your life with this person, even though they're going to fucking get hit by lightning all the time. Like, if you had made it so it worked, and that was, you just have to live with that, and that's your partner has a fucking lightning bug attached to them, you totally earned the Christmas Eve wedding proposal, because they're like, oh, it's so sweet. You don't think about the this is stupid, it's on Christmas Eve, what the fuck, because there's still tension in the story. Like, this resolves all the tension, and then it goes to the sacred Hallmark thing. And you're like,
oh. Yeah, that would have been a much more interesting take.
I'm telling you, that's what I thought. Like, when you come up with the more interesting SCP while you're reading the SCP.
Yeah, it happens a lot. Yeah, so I mean, if you propose to somebody who is probably going to get struck by lightning around you at some point in the near future, that would, you really have to love that person to
want to be
close to them and hug them and whatever. So, yeah, that's an interesting contour to the shape of this narrative here.
It just wraps up too neat at the end.
Yeah, there you go. Just a little too tidy. Didn't know that you could do that. Now you know. Too tidy. Don't do that. This one has just about as many comments as it does
good
net upvotes here.
It's worthy of conversation. It does a lot of interesting things, even if the end it kind of is maybe lesser than the sum of its parts.
Uncle Nicolini is here, says the formatting is a problem.
Uncle Nicolini is wrong. The formatting is the best part.
Let's see. Maybe it was changed. I don't know. Maybe not. Ignoring the formatting, I agree. It's far from bad. It's very, very good, some people are saying. Character work is good. Okay, man, there's a lot of discussion on this one. That's nice to see. Ignore the beta downvoters. This one. Can't believe you said that. That's pretty.
Wow,
That's amazing.
that's a great one.
There's no staff reply either. That's pretty cool.
Hold on, I'm crying. We have to save that line.
Let's just memorialize it here. Ignore the
Oh,
beta downvoters. This article is great, and you should be proud of it. People came to this, and a portion of them saw a lack of formatting and immediately downvoted. Their votes are irrelevant. If they cared to read the article, they would have upvoted it. If they cared to read the article, they would have upvoted it.
Oh my god, he's going so hard.
That's really good. That's really good.
Wow. Oh my god,
so, okay.
I'm in tears. I'm in tears at the audacity of this man.
That's Dr. Apricus.
Wow. And
Yeah.
no reply. No one's telling him to knock it off. That's beautiful.
Nothing.
That's how it should be. You
They
should
can't
do
keep
it.
up. They can't. There's too much. It's like a couple of police officers trying to catch people who are scattering.
That's true. That's true.
So it did look like this got a formatting overhaul. This was on the 7th of August. So it looks like Jack Waltz came by and helped reformat the article entirely. So what we saw,
I've noticed that Jack Waltz is kind of always around, because I've been looking at different SCP folks who don't have me blocked on Discord, just seeing who our mutual friends are, just because I'm like, I wonder who my mutual friends are with these people. And I always see him on everybody. So I think that he's kind of just going around making contacts, hanging out.
He's a really good author too. I'll tell you that, just from what I've read. My personal opinion, I think he's excellent.
All right, so he's a good person to have be showing up everywhere. He's getting a little taste of everything.
Mm-hmm. I'm just very intrigued about how much discussion there is about this article. Some people just absolutely love this and are just doting on it so heavily.
It does a lot of things right, and the emotional core of it is strong, even if it kind of falters at the end.
Yeah. So I kind of want to do one thing before we leave this one, unless you have anything else to say.
I've definitely said my piece on this one.
So I want to go back and view the revision of how it used to look.
Oh yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, that looks like dog shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would not have liked this nearly as much if it was written like that.
That makes sense. And and
fucking save this article.
Jack Waltz did come by and put the old. We've seen this ever since, I think, probably the SCP-4000 contest, and then onwards, somewhere around there, where those little blue divs that sort of fade out gently to the left and right, dissolve into the background. So
that's a nice little bit of formatting that's not so in your face aggressive with what it's trying to do. It's just a little buffer.
Yeah. So this does look a lot better. It gives a nice little pillowing to these floating sort of inserts and gives it a little more structure. So, okay. Well, yeah, it sounds to me like this is somewhat of a pretty sensual read with a lot of heavy sugar content, maybe a little too much sugar.
Yeah.
Okay. A little too much at the end there. You need a little bit of something to cut that, whether it's a little coffee, a little bitterness or something, a little salt, something,
I'm digging the coffee metaphor as you're bringing me to my other job.
That's right. We got to speak the language, Okay, so this is Never Strikes Twice. I really loved the idea of this, just kind of getting to know it very briefly on first impressions, the idea of lightning striking an individual, perhaps at multiple points. Obviously, the luck theme is so baked into that.
Excellent use of the theme.
Yeah, I mean, it's so really just immediately well set in there.
Like you don't have to do any work. All the work is already done for you in our cultural understanding of lightning. It's perfect.
And then once again, like you said, this is very minimalist. Definitely has this nice, succinct sort of packaging to it, and I think that serves nicely when it comes to the flow of this, where it can get into what it wants to get into, particularly these this sort of emotionally charged.
The formatting upgrade really saves this, because it would not have nearly the same impact if it didn't have this little extra bit of polish to carry you through it.
I do love how the author put a severe weather alert warning in place as sort of an escalator and tension sort of brewer in the middle of this.
It reminded me we are in hurricane season right now.
Yes, that's right. We are. Watch out. And obviously this individual is probably very, very nervous whenever a lightning storm comes by. Okay, well, that's really interesting. I'll probably
really should have left him with the lightning. That would have made this one great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like the old Hollywood horror movie where you take away that one linchpin that has made the thing so engaging, which is that monster, that horror monster in there. And by the end of the Hollywood movies, they're all resolved. It's all happy and
Yeah, Dracula's been staked. The Frankenstein's monster's been turned off. The Wolfman's been, I don't know, shot with a silver bullet or whatever you do to kill werewolves. That silver bullet? Is that right? Okay.
I think so. I don't know actually. Yeah. So anyway, Never Strikes Twice. This is by Chuku. Lost It. This is by Mason D. Hoyt. So that is an interesting one. Maybe one of the most discussed, certainly for the latter tiers of this article here, this contest. All right. Next one is the Platonic Conspiracy by Ethagon.
This anomaly is OP as heck.
OP?
OP, completely overpowered.
Overpowered. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem. No, I like that. Lingo.
It's dice that make history happen. And this is the one I found. This is the one that it uses the picture for POI D12 is the picture from the architect. SCP-184.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Is that a shout out or is that unintentional?
I don't think so because I looked through. I didn't see any links to 184.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't seem like it was. I looked at. I'm reading it again now to make sure, but I looked at it. It did not seem like it was doing the same things that the architect does.
Okay, so SCP is a universal phenomenon which the result of rolling or throwing an SCP-A instance is dependent on the results and circumstances that test of that instance.
Magic dice that control the universe.
Okay, that's a little interesting to me because obviously part of luck and chance. A flipped coin doesn't care about how many times it was heads or tails prior, right? So this is a little interesting of a twist on that. But it sounds like it gets a little, I don't know. It's almost pataphysical, I guess, in slightly of a fashion. I don't know. I'm kind of getting a pataphysical vibe just from it, because it seems to jump a narrative layer somehow.
Yeah, it just to me, it's just its scope is too large for me to be like it's a nice trip through history. There's a lot of really cool historical parts to it. Mm-hmm. But even though I was with it on this journey, it feels it's the problem of when you go for the big history affecting thing is that making it about these things affecting history kind of makes the history intrinsically less interesting because you're taking the real world explanations out and you're replacing it with, it was magic.
Right. Yeah. That's never good to see. You got to elevate that shit.
Yeah. And it doesn't do nothing to elevate it, but that's ultimately, I think, what it boils down to.
Okay. And so each one of these does something slightly different. Really get into a lot of work in each of these tabs.
Yeah, each one feels like kind of like its own SCP. Like they really put the legwork into this, which is why I can't say that I dislike it, even though I feel like it's kind of ridiculous just because it does so much well. And again, another one that I'm uncertain about you've got some core issues in your premise, but your execution's good enough that I can live with it.
Interesting.
And it kind of lampshades it by the end too. It's like how did we even get this anomaly? Why the effects of it aren't This must mean that how did we get this and why do we have it?
Huh. It's like the old Ron Burgundy. Like, what do I do with my hands?
Yeah. It kind of almost reminded me of SCP-2000, the ending. It's a less evocative versioning of that ending of like, how long have we had this? Where did it come from?
Oh, nice.
Oh, I see all the Dr. Clef clones. So spoiler alert, there's Dr. Clef clones in SCP-2000.
Oh, no. Okay. Interesting. So you think, I was going to ask you about luck, but it's pretty clearly there.
Yeah. It is right there from the picture. It's like, we're doing dice.
Okay. Someone thought this was absolutely bizarre.
I agree.
The idea that some of the most important decisions throughout human history were decided by rolling dice is very funny. The dice are sapient. Okay. There are dice gods. And then here's a totally not NB again. This is odd. You somehow managed to pull off sentient dice. Good job. Okay. All right.
Were the dice themselves sentient? I thought they had like reflecting the personalities of their people. Maybe I misunderstood that. Or that was like the person who made it.
SCP-7000-A are universally driven by the urge to land on the right side as far as they're aware. So that's interesting. Does it talk? Is that why it's in quotations? That's weird. Maybe they're just trying to explain it the best way they can. I guess they are sapient.
I guess that's why the dice are POIs, because they're like the people of interest, but they're also dice.
Okay, that makes sense. Piece of interest.
Okay.
Person of interest. Piece of interest. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we've gotten a lot of die. In dice? Die.
Oh, so when they say preferred method of roll manipulation, I thought they meant like the preferred way that the Foundation wants you to roll it, but they meant like literally what the dice want. That's funny. Okay, that's funny.
That's
all right.
Humorous.
You've won me over, weird dice article, even though you definitely did use the same picture I've seen in another SCP.
You got the edge.
I don't usually forgive that, but I'll let it go this time. It's
just a little. Let's interpret it as a slight little quiet, silent shout out or illusion.
Yeah. And I also really like the architect, so I'll take it.
That's a good one. Could be a 001. Actually, I think it is.
The architect?
Yeah. Someone said it was like a hidden 001. Like the way that you successfully hide the 001 is you make it just some random number.
True.
Like somebody's claim.
I see that. Yeah, it makes sense because it's literally just making all the rooms to the Foundation put stuff in. That's kind of that could be like how it's. Ooh, that'd be a creepy version of the Foundation. Like they live inside the architect and they find anomalies and put them in different parts of the architect.
A lot of narrative rich potential going on there.
Ew.
So I'm not a huge fan of esoteric containment classes and things like this, but I thought this one was pretty interesting. It's called Mehmet or Mehmet. Mehmet, I'm sure. The item ensures its own containment.
This is literally what Thaumiel originally was.
Really?
Yeah. It fit into the safe Euclid-Keter dichotomy of the box test if it's a box that contains itself.
Yes. Yeah, it sort of is the box too.
Yeah. Okay.
So this isn't really that different from Thaumiel, is it?
No, the item ensures its own containment. That's familiar.
Would you say, in your opinion, and this is me putting words in your own mouth and sort of the leading question, but would you say that these sorts of esoteric containment classes that basically try to reinvent the wheel are there just because they have some slight garnish of novelty?
Yes, it's diminishing returns all the time.
Gotcha.
It stopped being innovative after. I don't want to toot my horn, but it stopped being innovative after I did it. But really, it stopped even after Hammer Maiden did it and did it extremely well in SCP-2000. That was the last time that it was done in huge, because doing it in 001 those are kind of self-contained, but doing it in the main list in SCP-2000 is really the breakthrough moment for having new esoteric object classes. And I think that after that, once that precedence, and it's less impressive every time after that.
Has nowhere to go but down. Sort of very ephemeral. It's like a flash in the pan kind of thing, you know?
Exactly, and it's smaller every time because people have seen it that many more times before. Unless you're doing something that's actually it's like you're not doing anything that's actually different in the format. You're just coming up with a new name to add to the list.
And a lot of these, we don't have to get in this conversation, I guess, too much. But a lot of these, they're so esoteric that you don't know what they mean, which sort of defeats the purpose of sort of a concise way of conveying information quickly. This one is kind enough to have a footnote. That's not always the case, particularly if it's an ACS. That has to be very specifically coded and doesn't really allow very well for footnotes.
That's a pain in the butt.
It is. But I'll tell you this, speaking of all that, Harry Blanks, the loser, I think does feature an esoteric class that it sounds like it's going to be sort of elevated into canon, I suppose, in so many ways, because it'll probably win and it'll probably take it along with it.
That's how you do it. If you win a K-Con with a new esoteric class, that's how you make it. You at least hit the bar that's already been set.
Yeah, and I happen to like the one that's in Harry Blanks too. By the way, we'll go over the loser on what is it? The 28th of this month. That's a Sunday. That is when the contest ends. Obviously at midnight. So we'll be doing a stream. Harmony and I will be doing a stream at that time, and we'll be talking about anything, the contest, and we'll certainly be going into a real deep dive onto the likely winner of the contest.
Yeah. All the way into the loser.
The loser is the winner. All right. So the next one, I can't remember where you get off, where your exit is. Is it better luck?
The next one.
All right. A World of Chance. This is by Clown Slayer.
I'll just say the 4 I've got left. I've got a World of Chance, a Place of No Fortune. I'll tell you anything, and better luck next time.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. All right. So this is a World of Chance by Clown Slayer. So that's an interesting name that I'm sure some people are very grateful to have around. Slaying clowns.
This is War of the Worlds in SCP form.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, War of the Worlds in SCP form. You say?
Yes.
This is an interdimensional wormhole that formed in the cafeteria. Always in the cafeteria. Stayed for 10 seconds.
You'll see what I mean here in a second when I say it's really War of the Worlds in SCP form.
All right. Oh, hello. Let's see. We have some audio here. What is this?
Sure do.
Date: January 2nd, 2022. Hello. This is Dr. Carl Hayden of the SCP Foundation. Me and my colleagues have been receiving reports of minor Hume fluctuations near Washington, D.C.
All right.
It doesn't seem to be anything major thus far, but we are being dispatched there tomorrow. Hopefully all goes well. I'll update you again in my next report.
Not bad. Not bad voice acting there.
Not the worst. He's doing his best Orson Welles impression.
Yeah. And
it kind of sounds like, I mean, he might be doing it intentionally, but I think that's the voice he's got going on.
It never sours. You know, it's never that moment where it just breaks. And you go, no. Oh, it's some guy, you know.
Yeah. It progresses like that. It's like World. It's like a growing emergency, but it's not fake in universe. It's I believe it's a real deal, unless they tricked me again.
So what's happening here? Walk us through the War of the Worlds. What's happening? I see a lot of groups of interest chilling. What's going on here?
So it's this log of this guy that he's making as the world is falling apart, and he's kind of. Have you seen the movie Pontypool?
Mm-mm.
It's a horror movie. Anyways, it's a horror movie about like it's all the characters inside of a radio station while a disaster is unfolding, like a zombie apocalypse is happening outside. And this is kind of like they're in a he's in an apocalyptic situation, and he's doing these. He's playing people in dice for food. He's eating. Oh, I thought he said last dog here eating his last. I thought it was like, what, did they eat dogs in here?
Oh no!
But there's a. It's gambling causes the apocalypse, basically.
Oh no!
It's a gamble apocalypse, and in the end it reveals the effect that this guy is a super powerful reality bender.
Huh.
And I think that what it's trying to say is that like all of this reality bending came from another universe, and it's what happened when like he got so powerful that he was warping reality. Like he had a gambling problem, and it was warping reality to make people have his problem in this apocalyptic way. That was my takeaway from it. That's what I think is going on here. It's kind of
interesting. We've got an alcoholic skip, and now we've got a gambling skip with addiction problems that need help.
Yeah, well, it's because it came in through the wormhole. So all these logs are from a wormhole that we have from another time, another place. So I think that what's supposed to be happening here is this guy doing the logs is the source of all of his own problems that he is making all these other people do. He is making them by perceiving them as victimizing him. So Kind of, if it's doing that as a gambling addiction metaphor, pretty good.
Yeah, really, really pushes it home with it destroying the world.
Yeah.
Takes someone's sort of personal reality and projects it onto the larger one. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because that's what this bottom part says. It's the consciousness of the doctor is the anomaly.
Yeah.
Reality bending.
Yeah, I never want to say when because I'm never reading like the author's explanations of these when we're doing these episodes, because I like to be totally cold in my takes. So I don't want to say definitively like I know what the hell this is about, because I could have missed. Sometimes I miss an offset and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Easy to do sometimes.
Yeah, but I really like these audio logs. Like I actually did give all these a good listen. I was expecting to only want to like listen to a couple, then I would read the rest, but I actually ended up listening to all of them because I thought that the person doing the voice acting did a pretty good job.
Wonder if this was the author. That would be very impressive.
If it is the author, I'm impressed. Yeah. It's like we got 12 comments. That's pretty good.
Yeah. This is my first article in one of these contests. Let's see.
I love that he said they said they tried their hardest. That's good. There's too many uncompetitive articles in this who are just trying to get a slot. That they're actually trying their hardest. I love that. It's great to see from them. Good job.
Yeah, I love that. You got to love that about new authors. They're so eager, so motivated to really put their best foot forward. They have no laurels to rest on. Always nice to see. Okay, so there's a word here that the author throws out at us, prophecy. I'm not sure if that means anything to you, having read this article.
I think it's self-fulfilling.
There you go. Nice. Okay, so I'm trying to see if there's, okay. Since I'm the voice actor, I just wanted you to have an article about the atmosphere. Yeah. Excellent job.
Yeah, great work. I'm very impressed.
You don't see a lot of voice acting in many SCPs, so I wanted to bring this one to the contest. So it's doing something different too, which is just great.
I think I can only think of one other like totally wind-based article, and that's the wind harp that City Toast, then I think Rexus or whatever their old screen name was.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
Yeah,
this individual says, for a number of reasons, I normally don't listen to audio recordings that go along with written text in SCPs, but I'm glad I listened here because the voice acting is really high quality and it greatly elevates the article as a whole.
Hey.
Not to bring up past entries that we've already covered in a negative sense, but this is one that did something very similar. This is alone, and it has an audio file that really reads the entirety of all of this article. It takes about 33 minutes, and my main point in covering this one was that it really cheapened the article because there's nice discussion, nice conversation and lines here, but the acting really oversold it. And it really took away that intimacy of reading it in your own first-person narrative sort of head voice, and instead replaced it with pretty bad voice acting. If I had to be pretty blunt about it.
Oh, they went a little too hard in the extras, and they too much spice spoils the broth.
Exactly, and so it's certainly risky. You really deny the reader that opportunity to provide those sorts of emotions and that emoting.
Out there on a limb too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you really have a very, very strong, putting your neck out there and have a very strong chance of souring all of the emotions of the piece. But it sounds like this individual did an excellent job. And just from the little bit that I heard, I was quite impressed too.
I think it also helps that the longest one is 4 minutes long, and that's the one by the end. So if you're listening to one that's 4 minutes long, you've already listened to all these 1 minute long ones, so you're invested enough that you actually want to hear it.
Okay, so this is seems to be mostly enjoyed. There's a little mix of takes, but everybody seems to be very complimentary of the audio logs.
The audio logs are great. They did some great work on it.
Okay, well, great. Well, check this out. Particularly if you like media in your SCPs, this would be one for you. A World of Chance, and that is by Clown Slayer. Excellent name. Okay, the next one, A Place of No Fortune. This is by Fluffy Dog 00. Let's take a peek.
This is about this Hudson family, and they are fighting with the Slender Man.
Really?
Yeah. or the SCP-7000-1, a slender figure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Slender figure. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's the designation for a slender figure. Yikes.
And I think it's supposed to be like a nature spirit who's mad at this guy for coming in and developing on this land. Because this guy comes in and develops in this land, and afterwards this spirit appears, and then it's like haunting him, doing a haunting type. You know, like what's that one? It's like an Amityville kind of vibe, or no, a poltergeist.
Yeah, poltergeist. It's like our land kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think of the construction of this? Maybe the writing level, the quality of the writing. You know, what do you think? Typos, clinical tone. Would you see?
I feel like the all of the written parts that are supposed to be written or spoken by people was either a little too expository or a little too cheesy. I feel like the main picture was not very good. Because I mean, if you look at it more closely, you can kind of see that it looks like they took like a standing picture, like a creature from a black lagoon, and kind of just blur filtered it in Photoshop and stuck it in there.
This one, this is the main one of the article. It looks like.
Is that the main one? The main one of the article was the second. I'm talking about the second picture. The first picture.
It looks like someone accidentally took this.
Yeah. Like it looks like a picture you took at your car window when you're pulling up to show someone that you're close to where you're trying to get to.
Yeah, exactly. This is not good image selection for your SCP. I wouldn't say.
And the Photoshop of that looks really bad if you look at it up close.
Oh, I see it now.
Looks pretty bad, right?
It's totally outlined in a very thick black frame almost.
Yeah, this article feels unpolished.
Boo. I mean, the idea is creepy.
Yeah,
sure. You know, but it's not anything that we haven't seen done before either.
No, it's the Slender Man meets Paranormal Activity, or no, Poltergeist, but less interesting than either of those. And it doesn't really have enough room to develop on its ideas. It kind of just happens, and that things happen, and then it's over.
Interesting. So is this kind of just like a monster gets you kind of thing? Is there any other sort of direction or curvature to this?
There's the tension between the different people in this Mount Springsteen community and the family members. So there's something you could develop there, but it doesn't feel developed enough in the article. It's kind of happens and then it's over.
Okay.
Well, there was some good stuff of the way that the Slender Man is scary, is that it kills you by adjusting the probability and giving you like Final Destination style accidents for your death.
Gory kind of stuff. I think we had a content warning up here.
Yeah, I liked that, but unfortunately, I feel like that would have been a lot better if it had been more of the article spent to that. But it literally gets like 4 bullet points. And all the deaths are interesting.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Interesting.
You got killed by a bear in the woods.
Watch out. Okay. Interesting. I mean, certainly this is going for a certain vibe, and if you're of that sort of anticipation, this might do it for you. I think
it kind of feels like an old school creepypasta, but it doesn't quite nail the land. It doesn't stick the landing.
That's a really great way to put this. It's exactly the vibe I was getting from it. There's good and bad to that, obviously. You know, certainly captures a vibe, like I said, but you know, it's hard to do creepypasta well, and I kind of get the impression that this hasn't really risen to the challenge.
It just doesn't focus on the creepy parts enough. I really want, if you're gonna do like if you're gonna be mixing Final Destination and Poltergeist, like you really have to lean into those Final Destination kills to be interesting and evocative.
Yeah,
because you don't have the visual language of film to make them visually interesting, so you've got to make them contextually interesting. Of why is this person dying? What is killing them? How does that relate to them as a character? If this character is really manipulating probability to cause them death, you'd think you would want to have some kind of message along with it, since it's got an intelligence and it's manipulating probability versus just people dying by accident where there's no rhyme or reason to it.
It doesn't want to come out of its cozy, you know, pocket dimension den and have to kill more people. So maybe we'll want to tell them why it is that it's doing this, so that it doesn't have to do it again.
So you leave my Springfield, whatever it's called, Bruce Springsteen, Mount Springsteen.
There you go. Modulum, who I always appreciate saying, very, very good at, putting a lot of crit in small spaces. Modulum says, feeling a no vote on this one. I like the atmosphere, but the clinical tone goes off the rails in a couple places. There's some very predictable analog horror tropes that this falls into.
Checks out. I agree.
I think someone says my main problem is that probability is the least of anyone's problems when this anomaly attacked. Okay. Well, yeah. So we kind of get I think we kind of get the vibe of this one. It's basically just one little scooch to the left of straight up creepypasta.
Also, I'm sorry for. I know that I've yawned a couple times. It is an hour past my bedtime, and my body is being sleepy. But I'm still good. But I know I've yawned a couple times. I don't want you to think that I'm getting bored.
Again,
it's that I'm bored.
It's week after week. You incriminate yourself. I had no idea. I had no clue you had yawned.
I'm terrible. I feel bad about it. I can't let it go because people can see it later. They're gonna see me later and they go, oh, she doesn't care about her friend. She's yawning while he's talking. And I'm like, no, I care a lot.
Well, tell you what, it is getting late. This has been a nice time. So let's go ahead and we'll finish up your last two. This next one is.
This one was my favorite of the batch. This one was my favorite of the batch for sure by a long mile.
So it's I'll tell you anything.
I'll tell you anything.
I'll tell you anything by the community. Thank you for that. By the community, which is always cool. The community, by the way, is a result of harmony. Maybe we should take the moment to say that the community thing is because of you in a way.
Yeah, you're welcome, SCP.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty interesting. Okay, so what do we got here?
It's a fish that it's like a fortune telling thing. It's kind of it's talking about torture, because it's like this thing that you open up and it'll predict. It's supposed to be trying to predict the future, but it's just like, please God, stop opening and using me. God damn it, I don't like this. Sweet God, Jesus, fuck! I'll tell you whatever you want.
Oh, look, there it is.
Stop.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Stop it. Yeah.
And it really goes hard into it without it, but it's also not sticking around too long, where it's going hard and then staying at full volume the whole song.
It's almost I almost feel bad laughing at this poor little thing that's being just so horribly tortured.
It reminds me of, what was the other like short one that was like Plankton or something that was like it reminds me of that one a lot in a good way.
Yeah, it seems like it gets the setup, gets right where it's intending to. It's almost like a streaker on a field. They have a game plan. They get into the field, they do what they're there to do, and they just run, and then it's over as quickly as it started.
Going, gone. Look at you're getting dice ads.
Oh yeah, I know it knows.
That's hilarious.
That's its own commentary. That's how many dice pieces we've seen on the SCP Wiki. It just knows.
Yeah, the dice, just the word dice has been entered. I wonder how long after this contest we'll be getting dice ads.
God, that's creepy now.
21st century problems.
Maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm having a good time. But this just
it's too good.
Feels like it hits that spot. It's difficult to hit. I think Plankton was a little sugary, in my opinion. It was good. This one seems like it kind of mixes that. Kind of like you were saying. It's got this really kind of awful bent to it that prevents you from just being totally, enthralled with the situation.
Yeah, like it leaves you like the Plankton one leaves you feeling like, yeah, that is a lucky thing. He doesn't have to think about anything. That's pretty cool. This one leaves you like holy fucking shit! What the hell did I just read?
Yes, yeah. So I think I like this one. So you like this one? I think I heard you say it was your favorite.
I thoroughly enjoyed that one. That was easily my favorite one of the batch. That one, stem to stern, every part of it was good. Loved it.
I love how they put the theme in there. Look at this line. I'm going to have to read this out loud. After 3 batches of testing, sufficient evidence has been collected to suggest that SCP-7000's capacity for prediction does not surpass that of random chance.
It was all pointless.
Man.
Oh, God. It's
like
despicable. I love it.
This one was too cute. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so bizarre in the best way, doesn't overstay its welcome, has a great punchline. Lord comes by and gives it an easy upvote. What a poor fish. Fish cruelty is at an all-time high. There's a punchline in there too that I missed. Efficacy of advanced interrogation methods on sapient beings. Ah, poor fish.
Oh, that's kind of. I feel like that's kind of a little too on the nose, but I don't even care.
Yeah.
I don't even care because it's only one line, and my nose is stuffed from my sinus is going from laughing.
This is
Oh man.
this is nice. Yeah, because once again, I hate to call back other articles that didn't do as well. But I think it's important. So Testaffer wrote something called Senior Pig, which kind of did this, but it really didn't have any of the charm to it. It was literally just the Foundation essentially torturing an animal, trying to find out what's anomalous with it. And at the end, they realized that it's not. And by that, it's been maimed. It's had amputations of sorts.
Yeah, I remember that. I think we read that when we said it was torture porn.
Yeah, and so this one really hits. I think what that one was trying to kind of dance around. I think this one just picks it up off its feet.
Nails it.
Yeah,
great article.
Nice. I think Kia. This is interesting to see. Kia was, she was around in 2018. She was the one who did that SCP 3008, which was a shaggy.
Wrote IKEA?
No, sorry. This is it. This is the one. We talked about this one before.
I remember this.
I'm sorry, it's somebody else. This is Kaylee.
Okay.
Kaylee, my bad. I got confused.
I was about to say, is that the same person who wrote this?
Shoot. Wow, it came back. So,
no.
All right. Yes, this one's very, very liked.
As it should be. It's very good.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna top that one on yours. We got one more. What do you think?
No, the next one's a complete crap too.
All right, this is the next one is Better Luck Next Time by Fairy Doctor. Let's just
it's an appropriate title because that's all I can really say for this one.
You're too good.
Yeah. It's really flippin' boring.
Okay. It looks like it's pretty long. I hate that mix right out of the gate.
It starts off so cool. It starts off with such a cool. It's probability altering anomalous criminal gang called Lucky Cat, but it just goes absolutely nowhere and does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't help that we've seen that before in this contest already. I can tell you at least one other one that has the same.
Let me read you some of this dialogue here. Give you an example of what I'm talking about. That it just really nothing happens.
Sure.
Good evening, Brian. Good evening, Brad. I'm glad to see you're awake. Only for now. Yawn. What happened? A small band of pirates came to town and caught my outpost by surprise. Why didn't you leave your post sooner to inform us? We were tied in the basement of our outpost, and we don't have a radio. How were you able to escape? I dislocated my wrist and slipped out of the ropes. I'm sorry. Don't be. We found a letter on your person. I have a few questions. You see it just...
Yes.
And nothing that they said didn't... This is communicating nothing that wasn't communicated by the first sentence description of SCP-7000 are these boat pirates. Like what is being communicated in any of this that's not what they're saying with 1,000 words, what they could say with 10.
That dialogue felt incredibly wooden.
Paint by numbers.
And then we have emojis here too. I guess that's something.
Nothing happening.
This is a lot of nothing. So you say. Okay. Wow. It's at 0, which is tenuous.
It was at -1 when I first saw it. Like here's the line: the looting, the hostages, murder, voter fraud. It feels like the work is never ending. This is our chosen profession. It's like no human being would ever say any of this like anyone says anything in this article.
So Lord, whose opinion I I respect, says, I try to say something nice about everything. I read this contest, but fundamentally, I'm just so far outside of whoever the target audience for this piece is. I tried to appreciate this as an action-adventure romp, but I just didn't know anything about the characters beyond them being paper dolls at first, and as the story progressed. I didn't really get a better sense of who they were. I didn't get a sense of what the primary conflict was supposed to be and who I was supposed to root for or why. And without being hooked or caring about the characters of the conflict, there's just nothing to appeal to me.
Also, it's you literally have a site called Site XYZ. That's the most generic site name? Like, I thought that was a placeholder, but apparently that's just what it's supposed to be called. They did it on purpose.
This says that this is a different SCP. I thought this one was 30K words long, but it probably feels like that though.
I was gonna say it definitely is not, but it also definitely feels like that when I did not finish. This is actually the only one this week that I did not. I finished reading all the other ones except this one. Even the offset one, because I double checked and then I did read all the pages. I was just confused by the last page. I've never had that. I'm sorry. I know I keep coming back to that. It really threw me off. I've never had that happen before with an SCP that was different the second time I visited the page and the first time. I feel like you could maybe do something with that.
It's got cookies in there somehow.
Yeah, it tossed me off my game there. SCP Wiki didn't think you could do that anymore.
Well, we read one comment here that kind of captured one side of the take. Let's read one more, and then I guess we'll call it. In this contrast, this person says, in contrast with Lord, I probably am in some of the target audience for this one, but like many of the above commenters, I found myself unsatisfied. Never mind. Sorry, I thought that this was going to be it. Sorry.
When you try to find a supportive comment, but it turns out they were just sandwiching their criticism.
Yeah, and this one, this one says downvote on a technicality. This isn't an SCP; it's a GUI, and these people are GUIs.
That's a new one. That's a new downvoted for.
Oh right, man. Okay. Well, this one seems like it needs a little work, but if you are into this, I kind of got from the comments that this is kind of furry themed. So, if that's something that
I didn't pick up on that at all, but I'm also not a furry, so maybe you have to be on it's inside jokes.
Yeah, maybe that helps the read. Is all. But this one unfortunately
I don't know if that's a ringing endorsement. It's better luck next time. Even better if you're a furry.
Yeah. Okay, so this one kind of feels like
kind of
maybe
bummer end to go out on, but say la vie.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of gender play here. Trans male, trans.
Oh yeah, that was something that I wrote. I had a note in my. I know we didn't really end up using my notes, but I have. Let me bring the camera over so you can see, because I did write notes for all the articles here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And I believe my note for this one was that I appreciated the use of neo-pronouns and character work. It felt like there was a commitment to that in the article that I thought was pretty cool, but I also wish that it had kind of been included in a better article.
Just sort of stuck on.
Yeah, it wasn't stuck on, because like all the characters have it, and not all the characters, but a lot of the characters have it. It might have been all the characters. There was more than one footnote that I looked back and I was like, oh, it's using XY. Maybe that's why. Oh, maybe that's why the site is called XYZ, because it's got a lot of people using the as a prefix when they're in their pronunciations. I don't know. I might be overthinking that.
Well, that's something about it that's interesting, at least.
Yeah, they were doing something with it, and there was a commitment to it where it was it was more than it was enough characters and enough of the article about it that it felt like they were putting more than token representation in. I appreciate the effort of doing that, but your article is terrible. So
yeah, real strange stuff going on here. The crowd applauds. It sprinkles. Or like right here, hold on. App is alerted. It rains. App pulls out a knife.
Pulls out.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of neo pronouns going on here. All right. Well, so this may be something that needs a little help. We'll see what happens. But that was better luck next time.
Better luck next time.
Yeah. Dang it. I hate it when it's just so obvious. It's just presenting itself
So I'm still
to
for
be
fun.
used.
I almost feel like a guilty taking advantage of it, like taking candy from a child.
I know. It's like, oh, why'd you do that? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. That was Better Luck Next Time by Fairy Doctor. And so, Harmony, that concludes your coverage for this week. So I thank you so much for joining once again. Just wouldn't be able to do this without you.
Absolutely. I've enjoyed doing the streams. I know that you're going to be hanging up the cleats for at least for the time being, for until further notice.
Mm-hmm.
But I've enjoyed every stream I've gotten to do with you, and I'm looking forward to our last one for the time being here for the loser.
Well, good. We'll do it, and y'all tune in on the 28th of August. We'll do that for sure. And
good. It'll be a fun bon voyage.
Yeah, I think that'll be a lot of fun. All right, Harmony. Thanks again. Have a great night, and we'll talk soon.
Well, I'm gonna go. Actually, my bed's covered in laundry, so I'm gonna put away some laundry and go to sleep.
Sounds so nice.
Yes.
I'll be here for another 3 hours. So
Godspeed.
Wish me luck. Yeah, thanks. All right, talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, excellent. So really want to thank Harmony for that. Obviously, that kind of changes things up. Obviously, the style is very different, and certainly appreciate that quite a lot. It helps me out. Now that we're done with that, so we'll take our opportunity to have our intermission. We're about an hour and 30 minutes into this stream. We've got about 10 or 11 other articles to get through tonight, so I think we'll be here for probably about 4 hours and 30 minutes total. So I feel about halfway point. This is a nice time just to get a little bit of a refill of whatever it is that you got, bathroom break, whatever you want to do. So this is the part of the show. We'll take this intermission. It usually lasts about 10 minutes, so we'll do that. It's about 10 after the hour for me, so I'll plan to be back here in 10 minutes at about 20 after. So y'all take it easy. Get something to eat, get something to drink, and I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Take it easy. What is going on? Welcome back. We have had our intermission, and hope it's been good for you. It's been good for me. So we are back. Let's get to where we left off. We went through harmonies, and so we will start with the ones that I covered this week. This begins here at X, SCP-7000-X. Man, why does my head hurt? It really just ends 3 above, and there's a couple before. So I guess we'll start down there, actually. So the first one is The Spark of Life. This is by an author named Blindbeard. And so let's pull this up and take a peek at it as it kind of gets loaded in here. Okay, so as the image might tell you, and the header, which talks about the United Nations, the Sol Colonia Administration, the Interplanetary Space Agency. This is really a sci-fi article that plays on themes of abiogenesis, xenobiology, Fermi's paradox. It's a sophisticated anomaly that sets up high potential for narrative and exploration, as well as testing logs. And we get kind of a mix of all those things in here. So just going through the article, obviously the CSS is just so clean. I love the title up here. I love the rating in that foundation maroon, as well as the accents just here. Great image work, very captivating, has a lot of depth to it, a lot of pop of color. There's a lot of articles that use similar images like this. Thankfully, this isn't the Earth, right? So it avoids that trope, and a little bit of cringe right out of the gate. This is some distant planet called Eta Cassiopeia, I guess is how you say that. As we get through the document itself, obviously, very sparse here, just getting to the basics. The anomaly, I think, is interesting. It's a field of indeterminate nature emanating from this planet. While the field is not detectable by current instrumentation, its effect can be observed, which is that in the presence of this field, high-complexity organic molecules utilizing phosphorus cannot form, and that excludes RNA and DNA from forming. Though simpler organic molecules such as amino acids have been observed. So, this is really, really sharp, really clean. The clinical tone is good. The scene construction, I think, is believable and imaginative, which lends itself naturally, I think, to some good characterization. When you have good setups, the characters that you put in those setups are just naturally affected by the skill of the scene construction. It's the difference of putting a character in a room with nothing and putting a character in a situation where there's interesting things happening. That's just all the more that they can bounce off those and give you an idea of who these people are. So the circumstances here are really rife and ripe for a character to be placed into, and that character do very well. The author has really set up that character for success when it comes to the construction of the scene here. So we get down to the addenda after just a very brief introduction, as I said. And this is an email to our protagonist, Dr. James Gould, and it's basically telling him that he's going to have to pack his bags immediately and go on a, 30-year trip? Oh, 3 years, excuse me. 3-year trip to this planet out here in the middle of nowhere. So to get a message like this, I'm sure, is a little gut dropping, and so we can imagine how it might feel if suddenly we were given such an assignment. So this has a really nice viewport into just how exceptional it can be for working at the Foundation, and the sudden demands, the sudden high stakes that the job might entail. Any day you might be called to go on a multi-year trip. So the world building, I think, is in the pocket here, doesn't hold the reader's hand, and really kind of builds things behind the scenes a little without really dwelling on itself. It's not too interested, as some articles in this contest are. I can think of 6 Feet Under, I think, is a good example of this, that is just overtly concerned with its own world building to the point of distraction and really slow bottleneck sort of pacing. This really zooms past it, which I think is just a great way to do it. It feels very smooth and uninterrupted, very seamless. And so I appreciate that a lot. We've seen a lot of articles in the contest do this really well. 3 White Horses does this incredibly well as well. So good on this article for doing that. It's casual, it's relaxed. The protagonist, as I said, Dr. Gould here, we get the idea as we go down and see a little of his interaction with some other people, that he's kind of a maverick who doesn't like to play by the rules. This is kind of coming off as just a little cringe right out of the gate, as it is essentially our first introduction to the character. I think it would have been a little better to have a decent amount of placement for this character prior to going on to this sort of prickly and abrasive sort of characterization at the get-go, because it's really at this point a first impression. And just in all fairness to the character in the article, that's really not who this person ends up being. And so I think it would have been good to maybe have a response here, just so that we can kind of get a little bit of a different springboard emotionally and character-wise to get into this Dr. Gould just a bit, because when it's just thrown out of the gate in this way, where he's so sort of sarcastic, it comes off as really, really cringy. I'll give you a really good example. There's a scene in here where this superior of his is trying to talk him into being a decent employee and not be so disgruntled about the trip that he's having to take. And he stands up, and salutes the person in sarcasm and says, I swear to uphold the professional standards of the organization, yada, yada, yada. So that sort of comes off as a little overbaked right out of the gate there. Another time later, he sort of clenches his fist. This is the main character, clenches his fist and looks away from the camera, as the log tells us. It's just a little too anime coming through right there. So this is a kind of a little bumpy of a start, I think, right here with respect to our character, but it does establish 2 characters who we'll see throughout the whole thing, and really is good characterization. The dialogue here is very conversational and really sets up a contrast between these 2 characters very, very well. There's also one more time we'll get to where there's an O5 council chamber, and it pops up, these lights pop up, spotlighting, underlighting all of these O5 commands. It's a pitch black room. We'll get to it. There's moments in this article, I guess what I'm trying to say, that they just come off as taken straight from an anime scene, and not in a flattering way. It just comes off as a little too mimicked, I think. So the read through all this and this dialogue and the next portions here, it has good pacing. Once again, this is all basically character building here, setting emotional trajectories that will come back around as if in their own orbit. And then we get to this basically little testing log here. These are life surveys. Obviously, what they're doing is they're trying to grow life. Like I said, this article deals heavily in abiogenesis or abiogenesis, which is the spontaneous creation of life, living molecules and things like this, self-replicating molecules, RNA, DNA, long-chain nucleic acids. And so they're trying to run these tests to see if there is any life in these samples of this distant planet that we've been introduced to. And once again, our character here is the individual who's been assigned to this task for the next 3 years or so. So this is what's happening in these testing logs. We get a lot of this life survey, life survey, life survey. And really at this point, it's really probably okay to gloss over this. There is a decent amount of detail in these things, but the pacing really suffers because it really just kind of says the same thing over and over again. Doesn't really say anything that we weren't already introduced to in that very brief description earlier. And these start to really get a little too encumbering and heavy when it comes to the read. For example, there's one testing log or life survey that comes off a little later. There's several sections that basically repeat this as a coda, where it comes back in and does more testing logs and things like this. It's obviously meant to convey sort of this excruciating nature of the assignment that this researcher is having to do, and kind of puts us into empathy with that characterization and that setting. But for example, there's a line here where The researcher says that he's going to walk out of an airlock if he comes across one more negative test because he's just so tired of these things. And we kind of sympathize just a little too much with that character when we get to that part, because by this point in the read, we've also gone through so many of these life survey things that are all negative, all have a probability life of 0.1%, that it just gets very, very tiring. We almost want to open and hold the door for the character so that they can walk out into the airlock, and we might follow them shortly thereafter. We do get some nice interruptions here. I think this is very smart on the part of the author when it comes to the flow of the article, where we put a nice image in the front, in the middle of this kind of taxing session of the article. Beautiful image work here, of course. I'm not sure where this is. I guess it's CC, but this is just a gorgeous picture, and really comes off as very convincing. It has enough familiarity to it to connect with it emotionally, but is odd and obtuse enough and cantilevered from our usual experience of things like this, where it looks still a little alien, and definitely is a nice play as well. I think, when I was reading through this, I thought that there was kind of a conceptual crack in this, which is, once again, if we go back to the anomaly up here, as it is initially stated, it says that there's this exclusion zone, this unique zone where RNA and DNA cannot form. But that's kind of very strange epistemologically. As I was reading through this, I started to think about this. Because in order to single out a certain radius where life doesn't exist or can't exist, you would, by definition, need to have other examples of life that have formed elsewhere. In fact, you would need to have such a large sample size, so that this could be a gap in that, you see. It has to be defined by a positivity of context to where this thing can be seen as a exclusion zone or a gap. So this was sort of a question that I had in the back of my head as I was kind of reading this and kind of getting an idea of where we were going with this. And I thought I was worried actually that this might be a conceptual oversight of the author, because at this point in the article, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. It seemed to be a little bit confused for that reason. It's kind of world building, I guess, in some ways. But at this point in the article, obviously, the Foundation hasn't really given us any indication that there has been extraterrestrial life discovered. In fact, that seems to be what they're trying to do. So I felt at this point that the article was experiencing a little bit of dissonance, a little bit of conceptual tension. But the reason I mention that is because the author is a step ahead of me and is smarter than me. And so when I was getting to this point in the articles thinking these things, that is exactly what they wanted me to think. And we'll come back around to this statement. I just wanted to make that clear at this point in the read. The author had me exactly where they wanted me. So that was nice to see. Once again, we have these testings. They kind of come off. And we get the idea of just how numbing this is of a task, and it's tough. It's tough to read through, actually, to be honest with you. These exploration logs that we see here, it's really straight out of traditional prose. So if we kind of look at a couple of these together, we basically get a traditional prose narration in this, third person. Omniscient narrator. Dr. Gould stops, dropping the tools. Let's see if I can find a really good example here. It used to be Dr. Carson says as they resume walking. So this really is dropping the whole format, sort of interview log format, and is just going straight up trad prose style, where we're having quotation marks instead of indicators as to who is speaking, and we're having sort of textual segues, into and out of these quotes. And so that's interesting to see. I certainly think we can make that work in universe. Somebody's doing something a little differently. It doesn't really ruin it. It doesn't actually get very purple. It still kind of keeps everything close to the chest while it does this. There's good things about that, in that it doesn't really break, the believability that we have building very, faithfully in this kind of hard science article here. But on the other hand, it really betrays why this isn't a good compositional decision. It really, once again, is the power of the genre and the strength of the format beckoning the writer back to what is good about this genre, which is typically that sort of more traditional, I say traditional, but more usual containment fiction sort of interview format where we have, line by line sort of designations as to who is speaking, and then that is peppered with some blocking and some action and some sort of emotional decoration as we go. Because as we see in these passages, the ones that get this sort of trad prose presentation here, because the author is really trying to do a good job, and I really applaud them for this, because they're clearly refusing to get too carried away. They are really denying themselves this possibility that I know that they want to do, which is to say, Dr. Gould sighs, Dr. Gould says, Dr. Carson says, yada, yada, yada. There's not a whole lot of variety when it comes to, the ways that usually authors are able to sort of vary those phrases, particularly the on and off ramps to quoted dialogue in these sorts of passages. The author has, I think, in a way, trying to compromise with where they're trying to go away from, and they don't really have a lot of variety beyond just, Dr. Gould says, Dr. Carson says, Dr. Gould says, Dr. Carson says. We don't really get that freedom to explore all the other potential variations that would make the read a little more engaging, I think, in the way that we're typically used to reading things. And so by this sort of mix, I think it's an interesting thing, but I think it really takes the strengths of two different styles and decides to drop them both. The mixture that is attained here, I think, doesn't have the strengths of either. It would have been better. I can't believe I'm about to say this. It would have been better to go full purple at this point, or my preference, which is just to get back into the more routine format of how you want to present this. Because as it stands right now, it's in this very sort of like half in, half out, awkward kind of coordinate when it comes to this stylistic presentation and difference. The article otherwise has a few scratches and dents, but they're pretty minor. I think the writing here is excellent. Really, really good writing. The characters are lively. They're exciting. There, once again, is dialogue, particularly from the protagonist here, that comes off as a little too seasoned, over-seasoned with resentment and aggression on the part of this Dr. Gould. But that is, for what it's worth, very consciously, cognizantly, and effectively, I think, balanced by the composure of the other character, Dr. Carson. There's a nice interplay between these two that sort of turns the read into something interesting to get through, despite this sort of dry setting of this anomaly and this desolate land, and really bypasses all those foundational conceptual questions that I already talked about. You sort of forget about those because the writing is so good. Additionally, the article, I think, is very educated scientifically with respect to xenobiology and exoplanet criteria for the emergence of life. This gives a very grounded and very secure structure to this article. But yeah, I keep coming back and again how well written this is. I mean, this is, I think, when you get down to it, I think this is on the literary sophistication of something like Harry Blank's The Loser. I think it's as good of that when it comes to the actual writing itself and the conversational qualities of the discussions that we have here. I don't think it has all of the flashy character decisions and the trends, that is to say, well-written humor, that something like The Loser does and is obviously benefiting from in a commercially successful fashion. It really takes a very meek and mild approach. It really avoids all those flashy things. And so I think that this article is one of the more unsung heroes of the contest. It's a complex character study, but, like I said, as a lot of people have said actually too, this contest seems to be about, the winning combination seems to be, and maybe always was going to be, if you ask me, well-written humor. And this one doesn't really have a lot of humor in it. It has some moments, but it's not overt like The Loser is. But unlike The Loser, which grows really, really tired and is sort of inexhaustible in its quest for humor, particularly at times, and that when it came to The Loser, I kept reading it. I kept reading through all these sort of sagging parts of humor, knowing that we were going to get to an ending that I could rely on, that I could count on. As opposed to that, this read never really sagged. It lacked the humor that I think elevated something like The Loser, but it didn't really have the downside of that, which is that it's sort of this exhausting read where it just is. It's just one volume the whole time, which is just, I'm trying to be funny, I'm trying to be funny, I'm trying to be funny. The Loser does breathe. It does have moments where it tones that down, but there are certain passages, certain sections of that read that become very tiring to try to get through because it's just so clear how forcefully the author wants to be funny. So this one kind of avoids the wrong side of that, but it also lacks the good side of having something like that. It's less dolled up for sure. There was absolutely no way that I was going to stop reading this. It's a very, very long article, but the whole time I was just captivated by it. I didn't want to stop. So that says a lot because it is really long. So, I mean, once again, it's one thing to write humorous, funny, entertaining, glammed up, flashy, trendy stuff and have it long. It's another thing and more difficult, I think, to take something that's not really as lush, not really as sensationally privileged. This article deals with incredibly, sort of crude circumstances, very dry, sort of scientific settings, and still attains this captivating quality to it. So it's a little more impressive, in my opinion, that this article can be as athletic and maintain that sort of athletic pace, despite having these really sort of non-glamorous sort of subject matters and moods. So it really carries this article very, very, very well. We get to a point finally, the end-ish, or kind of rather the middle, where the theme of luck is really well woven throughout this, whether it's this bad luck where the planet that you've been assigned to for 3 years that you're looking for life on doesn't have any. There's also this point at in the article you can see kind of here this mock newspaper set up where life is discovered elsewhere while this person is researching on this lone planet that's distant. The implication being that this researcher would be back at this other place where life is discovered, were he not at this barren wasteland. And so that's sort of another instance of luck that's sort of lassoed in. And it just is kind of emotionally catastrophic as well. So that was a nice moment to read in this. There was one thing about this article that I thought was a little bit of a contrivance that I wasn't really sure. It kind of kept popping up, and I had to kind of eventually call it out. It's the fact that this line right here, really, no one here is strictly an exobiologist, and it's unfortunate that the system's 2 exobiologists are 100 light years away. They're talking about our main characters here. And so it just kind of is a little weird to me. It's a little bit of a contrivance that there is such a lack of xenobiologists here in this day and age where this is obviously a big project. The discovery of life is pressing, and still our 2 characters are the only 2 xenobiologists apparently, and they're together. It's like you would maybe want to spread them out just a little bit, but that's a little bit of a contrivance. Obviously, that's done for characterization. These characters can play off one another if they're together, right? So it's not too much of a stretch, particularly if you kind of give it the benefit of the doubt and that maybe xenobiology is just very, very fresh and they don't really have a lot yet. And so they're kind of trying to make something of the field so that they can later invest in it more or something like that. Anyway, so just kind of to skip ahead, I'm really, really glad I finished this because that, like I said, that conceptual question that I had, that what I thought was a conceptual crack really is addressed. And it's not only addressed, but the answer really exceeded my expectations. We get this sort of trickle. You get the first newspaper article talking about, Martian biological life. And then you have a bunch of other sort of, almost like a montage in an old film where they had the newspaper titles spinning up at you in black and white and then back again, just one after the other, you know. And so it kind of has that sort of like flurry of article titles coming at you, and each one is talking about how more and more alien biology, you know, microbial life basically is being discovered. You have a list of all the places that it's been. And so I was concerned would be conceptual failings of the article have started to really be harnessed almost like in some sort of vice grip, just slowly tightening and slowly closing around the error that I thought that this was, and kind of containing it, you know, in a way that's very, very satisfying. The author, the way the author did this, the finesse of this, the way the author played the attentive reader like an instrument when it came to the read through of this article was masterful. It was so impressive to me that this article still for me is in the top. It's maybe not the very top, but this article is really, 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 really good for this reason. I don't think a lot of people are going to get that, because I don't think a lot of people think that deeply about these things when they read it, honestly. But when I was reading this, I was all up in arms about this conceptual problem, but the author just was patient with it, was calm with it, left it alone, came back around to it, and it was just a beautiful thing to be a part of. So I really appreciated that in the author. Really, really good. So the architecture of this just blew my mind, you know, blew my mind. Awesome, awesome article. Like I said, it sort of hugs very hard science fiction. It doesn't have that sort of writing for the charts, that sexual topical appeal that the SCP Wiki and its Hollywood-like aesthetics really selects for these days, something like Under Vegas, you know, or even The Loser. But this is that kind of solid article that you could, like, maybe not have a dramatic one-night stand with, but that you could marry. Okay, that's kind of this article. It's brilliant, under-dramatic, underappreciated article as well, whose relative unpopularity, I think, is a testament to the real intellectual poverty of the SCP Wiki in this era. In addition, I think it's a powerful and almost spiritual parable that reminds us, as we get into really the more emotional segments of this article, the difference between emotional life and emotional death can be something as seemingly as unintelligent as having faith. One character embodies a positive, optimistic attitude through the agnosticism of not knowing if there's life out there, and our main character is a little more cynical and pessimistic, and this comes to a very emotional collision once the life is finally discovered. And there's some very powerful moments here and statements here about how important it can end up being that you had faith in something that you really believed in. Sounds cheesy. But the narrative has really, like I said, incredible stamina. It keeps climbing altitude at an effortless pace somehow. There's clever casting of technology in this, like we have these SRAs that are sort of time accelerant that the O5 Council end up giving to our researchers so that they can see if they speed up time. It's sort of like speeding up cycle counts for like a viral test. Just to see if life is going to grow in the next, 100,000 years. They can kind of achieve this in a matter of weeks or whatever. So that was kind of cool, attention sci-fi detail. There's a very few slight spag issues. I think I only came across one. Dr. Gould says, it was easier being snarky with them when I was 100 light years away. Just missing punctuation there at the end. There's no period. Little stuff like that. There's probably a couple other things like that in here. But that's basically the extent of grammatical issues or rust, really, in this article. There are really too many lovely passages for me to go through and quote all this. I'd be here all night, but they're everywhere. This also very satisfyingly addresses core philosophical concepts to the SCP Wiki, so I think does what a XCon entry should do. Even something like the O5 vote down here is just totally rejuvenated and given a fresh life. Let's see if we can find that. I don't know so here it is right here. So, 99 out of 100 times when you get to an O5 council vote, it's really sort of routine. It's very rote. It's very mechanical. It's very non-emotional. It's sometimes played to good effect. Usually it is not. This casting of this device in this article, I've never seen it so alive. I've never seen it so bounding, so engaging, so emotional, so dramatic, such tension. So the author really did a good job with this. Every little turn of this article was given such a tremendous amount of care and detail. This is really a luxury article. This is the kind of article that somebody with really high-class tastes would want to be in. If this was a house, this would be a multi-million-dollar house with just custom furniture all throughout it. This is an excellent read. Severely underrated. I'm a little afraid to even look what the rating is, honestly. Not that the rating, I don't really care. I'm a little gassed to see how, this is plus 33. That's ridiculous. This is such a miss on the wiki. This should at least have a 1 in front of it. This article almost made me cheer out loud. And the title is excellent too. It's just a perfect title for this. This article is probably, these numbers are always changing. I don't want to give you my final numbers until the 28th of this month, and you should join us for that stream. But this is up there. This is easily in the top 10. Easily. This is a really good article. Very sophisticated. And it doesn't really have the attention that it deserves. That's fine. That's not a big deal. As long as the author, the discussion is it's non-existent almost. As long as the author understands that, there are people out there, the numbers won't reflect this, but there are people out there who can read your stuff and see the things that you're doing. So much of the writing on the SCP Wiki is just so commercialized. People are just writing to get, the good rating or whatever. Very few times do I think we have people who are actually very intentional, philosophically directed, philosophically targeted, scoped in on something that they want to do and want to accomplish in their article. This author is doing that. The technical innovations that we see in this article they're beyond the intelligence of the average SCP reader. They're not going to pick up on this. It's going to go completely over their head. So the number that you see in the top corner, this is one of the reasons why I don't like it, doesn't capture that, particularly for the author who looks at that, and that's sometimes their only feedback. But the author should know, as it is difficult to do sometimes, that there are those of us who are reading these articles very carefully, and we're paying very close attention to the technical motions that the authors are making, and any novelty in those. And this article, particularly the author with what they did with the conceptual building of dissonance and the release of that tension, and sort of it's almost like a chess move, that the author did for the reader who's really thinking about this. And like I said, this was just an incredibly impressive article. Really good. We only have a few people here hanging out in the comment section, but the ones who are here understand that this is a good place to be. Estrella says this is very good. I wish there were more words I can say. So +1. Sword Lover 87. I genuinely wish I could vote on this article multiple times because it deserves to be much more highly rated than it is. Your world building is phenomenal. Your characterization is even better. The hard science mixes flawlessly with the Foundation jargon. I was hooked from the start and followed every twist and turn in the plot without issue. Throughout the article, you use characters to great effect in slowly building up the hope that we are not alone after all, and give yourself a fantastic payoff at the end that ties all the themes back in. This is a stunning piece of writing, and you should be very proud of it. I think this is a first article. Is that right? I don't know. I can't remember. Anyway, this needs, Totally Not NB says, this needs more readership. Just perfect. I cannot begin to describe how good this story is. Are y'all paying attention to these comments? You know, this is not like milk plus one. You know, this is a championship-worthy piece of literature. You know, in a world where the wiki was a little more attentive to, you know, actual compositional technique, you know, and less about like her. Look at the CSS theme. Look at the funny self-insert director. You know, this article would be appreciated more, but it's not. It's a really, really, really good article. So just to let you know, total miss on the part of the wiki. This is an excellent, excellent article. Go check it out. And that was by Blind Beard, who I'm just not very familiar with, but who I will always remember after reading that article. Quite good. The next one is called You Make Your Own by Maxi Fran 78, 73. My bad. All right. This one, let's see. So, we already saw one like this. I kind of referenced this earlier when Harmony was talking about one of her articles, but this is basically an anomalous sort of gang or thievery group that can rob people, basically rob Foundation sites, and it uses sort of luck to make it to where it never gets caught. So all the things that could go wrong do go wrong. These are obviously statistical anomalies, and these things are robbing the site, you know, blind, essentially. So they sort of have this Ocean's 13 sort of vibe to them, that whoever this group is doing these robberies. But they steal anomalies. It throws in a little bit of controlled luck as the sole explanation for why they can get away with this, like I said. The group kind of ends up being these Mary Sues who can do basically anything needed in order to get away. So just the first impression of this is that it's pretty unskilled. We see a lot of that direction being taken, particularly in this 7-con, where, you know, I think it's probably one of the biggest design flaws about choosing luck as the theme is that it basically ensured that you were going to have a ton of articles that confused luck with plot contrivance, where it's like, oh, this just happens. And it's like, okay, well, that seems very fantastic, you know. It's like, oh, well, it's luck, and that's the theme of the contest. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess you win. But that's really just the first impression. This article has a major, major head spin, major twist. It's almost like watching somebody breakdancing on the head. It puts you on the head, and then it spins you. It's really got a great little twist to it. So what seemed to be a little bit of plot contrivance actually turns out to be something completely different. I won't ruin it for you. Not helping the article, though, are some spag issues just out of the gate. So let's read this. Any personnel who believe could assist in containment efforts must contact the first yada yada. Any personnel who believe they could assist is what that means to say, of course. And that's not terrible, but they keep kind of coming. Here's another one. Items and or techniques hereafter referred to as -1. You know, this parenthetical shouldn't have a capitalization on that H. That's a little incorrect. This is another one. Once the event is over, all left at the scene are remains of non-anomalous tools. All that's left at the scene are remains is what I think is meant at that point. And I think we get a couple more. Let's see. The security team, the boys at Security Control B sent a report to Central Command. Yeah, this one is capitalized too. Shouldn't really be capitalized. It's just a phrase set off by M dashes. You don't need to capitalize that. Let's see. Probably one more, and I think we'll get the idea. Same thing here. The author treats these M dashes as legit, you know, punctuation, like sentence, sending. Not good. And then we also get some very clunky phrasal statements here. Let's see if we can find this. The method through which -1 allows the 7000 entry into each facility is believed to be either probabilistic or ontological in nature, with the following statements being able to be made about it. No, man, just cut out that entire point and just put the colon right there after ontological nature. You know, that's that. You don't actually have to say that. It's totally unnecessary. On the other hand, there's some really, really great lines. So particularly in the dialogue here. So for example, this one, the chief of security, who of course is being interviewed as to why all this is, you know, how the hell is all this super duper lucky stuff happening? The chief of security says, silence. So at the other locker room, we used an informational analyzer, a useful tool for picking up thoughts that have been thought about any certain location. So really cool. I thought that was a nice little injection of anomalous technology in there. Just great little casual world building. And this is another testimony by the chief of security, who says, we've been trapped at this cat and mouse game for years now, except the cat is the blind one. Just some real good lines in there. Really like that. As we get to this, there's great escalation, logical play with some of the containment attempts and tech modifications. There's a really great line in here. Let's see if we can find it. We get this table where basically they're trying to find out who could potentially have the anomalous capability of enacting these robberies. Just before that, we see a table where the measures are being escalated as to how they can hopefully stop these people from doing this. And we get to all kind of variety of interesting tactics. My favorite is probably this non-Euclidean security, which says, attempts to restrain a possible SCP raid through the usage of ever-shifting, non-Euclidean, self-locking corridors were conducted. Due to a measuring mistake during the installation process, failsafe and locking mechanisms siphoned into the center of the corridor, collapsing it and turning the location Euclidean, effectively disassembling itself. So that was just, I love the imagination in here, the creativity. Each one of these has a really clever way of failing, you know, as luck would have it, I guess. So it just does a really, really good job of this. It really could be a very stale point in the article, but the author really pushes that through very nicely. Let's see. The dialogue in Addendum 1, this is this interview with the chief of security here. The dialogue is down to earth without being boring. It's detail-oriented. Addendum 2, like I said, is kind of a thoughtful investigation into some world building in here, particularly with respect to GOIs. The narrative, particularly in these areas here, asks some really good questions that has the reader continuously interested to know the answer to. So the mystery that's slowly developed here is very enjoyable, but it doesn't go too deep as to really ruin the experience when those answers are really given out very freely, as it turns out, by the article. And like I said, it really has a hell of an ending twist that I didn't see coming, with even some horror imagery that's kind of striking that's set in here as well. Excellent use of the theme after the initial stall out of it being just, you know, Mary Sue's who can use luck to rob people. Really, really good use of the theme. It really comes back in a triumphant sort of return and becomes very clever. So, I mean, you know, what can I say about this one all in all? It's an article that I thought was really going to be bad because the first impressions up here were really tenuous. You know, the conprocs were really kind of blasé, and the description basically told us that this is just like every other article that we're going to read in this contest. Didn't really have anything special about it. And then it really, really got cooking. It's almost like something that just has a very hard time on the runway, but once it gets up in the air, it really, really does a good job. Very, very fluent once it's going. Once it was up there in the air, I think this article was incredibly enjoyable, very, very well put together, very well thought out, smart. Like I said, the initially underwhelming anomaly up here is ramped up by a factor when we realize that there's these scenes in here. So basically, there's this lucky powder that apparently is the cause of this, and we get a little bit of a glimpse into what this lucky powder is. And basically, without giving too much away, here's the lucky powder here. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, so with the help of the blah, 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 the personal laboratory was accessed. All the anomalous items stolen by the SCP-7000 were found. The remains of 7 desiccated corpses were also discovered at the site. These corpses have been ground into fine powder with only half of the corpse remaining intact. These corpses are believed to have been used by the GOI to produce the -1, which is this lucky powder. Based on religious imagery also found at the site, these corpses are believed to belong to the 7 gods of fortune, or at the very least, they believe this to be true. So essentially what has happened here is that these people, in order to be lucky, have taken the corpses of luck deities in their Japanese mythos, I guess murdered them, and then gradually partitioned out their bodies, their corpses, and ground them into a fine powder so that they can snort them. Snort them. So, I mean, you know, that's cool as shit. That the article is way past cool at that point, and then it gets better. Like I said, the ending interview down here in the Collapsible is just dizzying in its technical mastery of character setup, mutualism, sort of motive that is played out here pretty well, pretty tidily. And it just achieves everything that it wanted to do and more, I think. So once again, there's 2 articles that I've read so far today with y'all that that, you know, looks like it's about to head into a wall, but just miraculously, very, very swimmingly and smoothly avoids that too. I think it does a great job of the luck theme as well. So at +20, this one also is really, really underrated. I think the previous one is more underrated than this one is. The one I just read before this is miraculous. This one's just very, very, very clever. This is really on the level of Boat's clever. I think it's in the same category as that, but obviously doesn't really have the commercial success. So the author is MaxiFran73. Excellent job. Flops, I think, comes along and has some good things to say. Says, you sold me on the ending. The more I consider it, the more satisfying and entertaining it becomes. The article is taken on the shape of a well-defined murder mystery in that it's subverted. It is subverted at the very end. I find it amusing to imagine Hercule Poirot exploring a murder in great detail, except when Captain Hastings, we go into a little detail there. Yeah, this is a great comment. I can't really appreciate this comment with y'all without getting into the fine detail of what happened in the article, but this is a good comment. This person enjoyed it. Totally Not NB says, I like this article. The beginning dragged just a little bit to me, but once the mystery got interesting, I was hooked. There are a few sentences that sound off in the beginning. Using mostly Japanese GOIs, bridging the gap between international sites, I think makes the reader interested in other branches. Once again, everybody likes the twist at the end. Not everybody, but people who have good things to say about the article generally mention the end, the twisting end. I think it's hard to pull off the SCP as actually not anomalous, but you did it well. That's a good point, too. That's really, really hard to do. Dr. Trentavon actually has some good things to say. This is a little long of a comment, so we won't read all that, but Dr. Trentavon has some really good things to say here, too, so check that out. What the heck? But that was You Make Your Own, and this was by MaxiFran73. I would call this Array of Hope. I would call the last one we did, Spark of Life, is definitely raising the bar of the wiki. This one's probably Array of Hope. Both of them are very underrated and very, very good at what they do. All right, the next one is also kind of a journey, kind of a banger, really, honestly. This one is a little more appreciated, I think, than the other ones, but I still think this one is underrated, honestly. This one is called Micromanagement. It's by LAN2D. And if you notice that the title is all caps, that might bring to mind something like admonition, and you would be not really off the mark in making that connection. This really is in a lot of ways a very sort of admonition-like article, deals heavily in sort of artificial intelligence construct, drama, really tries to push technological paradigms forward by pushing ethical boundaries and things like this. And so we'll walk through this because I think it deserves it. But I kind of wanted just to mention at the front that I'm going to be picking on admonition just a little bit here, specifically the 8th commandment, because these two articles are very similar. Like I said, I think this one is sort of almost paying homage to admonition, but I think it actually does. I think it outdoes it. I think it outclasses it in so many ways. And so I'm gonna reference 8th commandment a lot while we read this, not to be cruel, but because I think 8th commandment had a lot of potential, but just the way that it was approached, the people who wrote it, I think, probably had a little too much bells and whistles in mind. They didn't really do, I think, thorough enough of a job when it comes to just excavating the actual conceptual underpinnings of that article to where it kind of fell apart at the end. This article really does the opposite. It really finds itself very firmly planted and rooted in some excellent conceptual work, and has these very organic outgrowths of sort of flair and panache, while retaining a much more deeper, interesting philosophical delivery in this. The concepts of this one really is high concept, right? Admonition likes to bill itself as high concept, which is kind of funny to me. We should be the judges of that, but this one really is high concept. This one really is, and so we'll look at this. But I just wanted to kind of say that out front. I'm not trying to just rag on admonition or 8th commandment. What I'm trying to do is bring out and demonstrate how it is that this one takes the things that 8th commandment was trying to do and does it even better. So let me get a sip and we'll go through this. So the first thing we see is a pretty interesting opening here from an Overwatch command. It says, in light of recent developments in this case, the Overseer Council has deemed your involvement necessary containing the anomaly. Your compliance is mandatory, and you're expected to study it and prepare for your insertion in 10 hours. To do so, you've been temporarily granted level 5. That's, once again, very 8th commandment E, right? That's kind of what happens at the beginning. Obviously, this is better than that because it doesn't escape into overly dramatic characterization to set this off. It does another sort of 8th commandment-like thing where we have sort of a panned left, a sort of alignment-oriented dialogue between two sort of extra documentary characters here that we can take to be sort of AICs. And it's kind of asking some of the same things that we see in 8th commandment as well. But the benefit of this, what this already does better is, in 8th commandment, those initial characters, they felt like they were trying to be too gruff. They felt like they were trying to be way too tough and hey, give me some pain pills, whatever like that. Hey, I don't need them, but I'll need them. So maybe, just in case. This is much more believable. It's much more mature. It's not interested in getting the cool shots of Nicolas Cage. You know what I mean? I kind of get the vibe from 8th Amendment to this. This one is just very, very straightforward, very logical, very rational. These are things that we can believe are actually artificial intelligence constructs. We see that we are talking to Alexandria, which is, of course, a construct. And that's basically the opening to the document, and we get into the rest as a collapsible. But this is just such a more uncomplicated way to introduce a very similar thing. You know, in Eighth Commandment, when I was reading that, I got hung up on the fact that these characters, it kind of felt like the cheesiest scene you could imagine with some gruff dude coming up to a bar and ordering a shot. You know, that's kind of the vibe you get. This one seems a lot more professional. It seems a lot more composed, and it gets through the whole thing. It achieves the exact same thing that Eighth Commandment does, and it gets through it without really running into any snags or issues, all because it just doesn't try as hard as Eighth Commandment was trying to do up to this point. So then we get to the actual document. The image work is just great here, very simple, nice sort of rolling hills with some cascading clouds atop that. You can see a little town here next to the lake. Very, very beautiful, very serene setting here. Really sets the mood, a nice fog to it, so it kind of gives a little bit of a sense of mystery that I like. So this is just excellent image selection work on the part of the author. Really sets the mood. And then, so we get into the actual article. Just before we get to the actual type, I thought this was nice too. This is just, once again, a way to be very, very sophisticated without equating sophistication with complexity, which once again is what Admonition and particularly the Eighth Commandment did or tried to do. For example, instead of showing a machine that looks like it's, you know, the most complicated thing in the world that some aeronautical engineering team from the future is working on, we have just a basic server farm set up here. It still looks impressive, but it's just basically computers. And this is the most interesting part about it. The insignia looks like it's really part of the actual casing. You know, that's not really easy to do convincingly, right? Maybe it is easy, but it's also just as easy, if not easier, to do that poorly and make it look really bad. So this is just really, really great image work, very tasteful, very directed. It's not trying too hard. It's just satisfied with the simplicity that it can attain in and of itself. And so I think it makes it much more powerful of an approach. All right. We get into the article itself here. Like I said, great image. I love the Mobile Task Force name here, Outsiders. We get a strong realization that this is kind of an anomaly that has a sort of barrier to it. It's got this sort of luck exclusion zone where, you know, kind of like the last article we saw, basically anything coming into this gets really unlucky and can't sufficiently or successfully get into this town that the Foundation is trying to get into. There are some really, really killer hooks here. Despite the nature of SCP-7000, personnel must continually be reminded of the residents' human value to prevent dangerous lines of thought. I mean, what a sentence. And it comes at just the right moment in the Conprox, and it's just a great, great hook. There's an interesting idea of the theme here, not unlike we saw with the mini-meets contest entry, which is just a number. There's an interesting sort of tandem anomaly duo going on here as a setup. We have an anomalously deterministic town. This is the town that we see in the image. Kind of like that mini-meets article where everything is sort of statistically predictable and deterministic. And then on the other hand of the description, we have this anomalous supercomputer that we already saw an image of down here in ways that can render everything else besides this town in the real world to be deterministic, given its anomalously good predictive power. So this is just already just a really, really interesting sort of yin and yang puzzle piece, sort of duo tandem of anomalies that click into one another just incredibly satisfyingly, and just allow for a lot of interesting play conceptually just right out of the gate. So, you know, I hate to do this. Once again, compared to Eighth Commandment, which basically just focuses on how cool and Mary Sue like this artificial intelligence construct becomes, we have just a very interesting characterization where that sort of outlandish Mary Sueism is sort of pinned to something, something that it can relate to, which is this town. And there's this immediate sort of contradiction here. There's a town that's It's anomalously deterministic. You don't need a supercomputer to understand that these people are going to be deterministically predictable. But then over here you have this computer that basically does that level of determinism to everything else besides this town. It's just a very complete picture that is very balanced and doesn't get too crazy. It's really grounded in a very charming amount of simplicity here. It's just a very carefully designed anomaly, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I love how the philosophical paradigm of the Foundation gets completely pivoted on the impressiveness of this supercomputer, which they call a clairvoyance engine. They call it an ALICE for short. It is a, let's see if I can find it, artificial local intelligence clairvoyance engine. So they call it ALICE, which of course always brings to mind Lewis Carroll kind of stuff. But if we get into what they know about this and how they've applied this sort of deterministic clairvoyance to the real world, we find that this is such an important device that it bleeds back into the more foundational conceptual constructs of the Foundation. So, for example, they find that there are two different kinds of consciousness, F consciousness and just normal consciousness. One they can predict and the other they can't predict. And so that is what determines that this town is actually anomalous, is because it can be predicted, right? So Alice, the supercomputer that's clairvoyant, actually still can't predict human consciousness very well, but it can predict these humans in this town, which is how they are defining new anomalies. So I hope it's clear. That's what I think is very cool about this, is that the author has baked the ramifications of this anomaly back into the anomaly, into the world building of this, which is a finesse move. Very, very cool. I love that. It also sort of implies this sort of philosophical duality, where you have mind and body as two different substances entirely, and so it kind of gives those kinds of vibes. It's very Descartes, so I really appreciated that. Addendum 3 is pretty cool. It's a nice demonstration of the prior material that we've been described without really repeating it verbatim. It builds on it too with some nice imagery, although I think these images probably could be a little bigger now that I'm looking at them again. The dialogue that we get to, it's clear that this is the most vigorously philosophical of the contest entries with particular respect to this lucky theme, but also with respect to things like God and religion, which we get into in this interview log, Addendum 5 here. This cordial interview sort of cantilevers into a really interesting direction. The conceptual topology of this second half of the interview is pretty dazzling, where we basically see something of a psychological breakdown in the Foundation agent who's conducting this interview in sort of a covert, incognito sort of fashion. It's almost as if this Foundation agent sort of glitches out, as if it's a malfunctioning computer program. There's something really highly combative and collisional about mixing these two very different types of consciousness, this F consciousness and this regular consciousness in this town. So the author is just doing a very good job of scene construction and just placing the things in the scene and letting the natural elements of these things dictate what's going to happen next. Nothing is really contrived in the plot. It's all just a matter of setting things up well and almost like a chemistry, almost like a wild chemistry, finding out what happens when you put these things together. So, I mean, I think by this point, the author is displaying really a uniqueness in their compositional strokes, very technically interesting stuff. It gets busier, but it's not frenzied, and all that busyness is built upon just the simplicity of, like I said, the elements that are coming in here. There's a very satisfying impression of control and direction. It's almost as if the author knows precisely where they want to go and how they want to get there. I don't get that vibe from something like the Eighth Commandment, just FYI, by the way. I think this is in part why there's such good pacing here, is because the author knows exactly where we're going to go. Yeah, again, in very stark contrast to Eighth Amendment, which feels like it's kind of just desperately clawing its way to whatever next step it can get to, almost like it's just searching around in the dark with its hands. There's definitely one of the more standout dialogues in the contest so far for a number of reasons. It's just well written, but there's also these very curious footnotes that are added here. You can see a few here where basically it cycles between saying one-word responses, return, change, return, change, return, return. So you get the idea that these are supposed to be sort of imperatives. They're sort of like instructional in some way, but it's very vague as to how they are. I didn't really get it when I was reading it, but that didn't really bother me because this was really kind of an interesting thing that really stood out, made this discussion stand out. Like I said, I think it's one of the more unique dialogues that I've seen in this contest so far. So definitely very curious, very cryptic, which once again adds to that very, very unique impression. The clinical tone, obviously, of this, if it hasn't been made aware to you already, I think is very, very advanced. It has unique turns of phrase. There's one in here that I can highlight just if I can find it. Nope, can't find it. Anyway, it's delightfully fluent with no really out-of-control passages that are aggressively or technical. The action in something like What's Next, which is basically this extraction log that we get, is really brisk and it feels organic. I love how the author builds the other side of this story, the story that comes from inside this town, and gives an almost sort of messianic, sort of evangelical tone to this. It reminds me of the character of Jesus, where this main sort of pseudo-tagonist, this is the same Foundation agent who was interviewing the person earlier and sort of freaked out. Her name is Blanche. It gives Blanche almost this sort of Messiah-like tone, who can convert people over to this way of seeing things just by a simple glance or a simple touch. The entrance to this world, which we're given to be through a tunnel, has this nice sort of otherworldly, sort of eerie but oddly comforting vibe. I love the symbolism here of them walking through this very dark and long tunnel together to get to the city. The team is going through this cavern. It's sort of echoing, so it's kind of got a nice ambiance to it as well. A great image, I think, too, as well. Although, I would have liked this to expand as well, by the way. It's just too interesting to be that small. And then we also get introduced to some interesting cognito-hazardous elements that the author throws in there too, I think. Like I said, the action is brisk. There's always something happening. It's always interesting. We get some offset work next, so we'll click on that and kind of go to that. Once again, we saw the interfacing sort of conversation giving a little bit of more context as well. The next image is just as gripping. It's actually more so. So the author is just doing a great job rewarding us with the imagery as we go through this a little more and more. Just absolutely beautiful stuff here. Very, very alluring. Next, we get sort of a recontextualization of the anomaly, including a little more of a backstory. One that kind of gets a little fucked up in ways. But before we get there, let's jump just into the details of this offset right here. The conceptual architecture here is breathtaking. So what the author does is a very, very interesting move that I haven't seen done before. The author takes what was essentially and initially mutually exclusive and sort of embeds those two things within one another. So, for example, we're likely all familiar with that. Who wrote that? Randominize pointer article. You know, point, went into, went outside, went into. There's a ton of articles that try to do something like that. They try to piggyback off that or make it a little better. I've never really seen one do it well. This article really does that well. I don't know if it was explicitly referencing that, but that's essentially what the author does. The author literally points one of the concepts inside of one another, and it takes these things that were really sort of yin and yang contrasts, that being the town where everything is deterministic, and this anomalously clairvoyant computer that can basically make anything else deterministic. And the author translocates that computer anomalously to now exist in the middle of the town. So, I mean, it's just like, I mean, it's a gorgeous conceptual mess. You know, the author is just making, you know, child's play out of these giant conceptual weights. We're also introduced to some AI deviancy, which once again harkens back to something like Eighth Commandment, but also is a very common element and direction that we see on the wiki these days, particularly this contest. A lot of deviant AI stuff going on. I like the idea here, which is that the Foundation commissioned this anomalously intelligent prediction machine as part of an arms race, and as a matter of institutional security. Once again, a lot like the Eighth Commandment there. I think this section here suffers a little bit where we talk about, the component list. We go into all the different components of this, computer, all its different parts, its schematics. So I think it suffers, from the same things that articles like the Horn of Plenty that we see in this contest, or your typical admonition article, can suffer from. Heavily hyper-realistic, pseudo-schematic detail kind of stuff. It has all the drudgery of expository world building and none of the narrativic impact. It often feels like walking through sand, a pool of sand. So I was initially of the opinion that this was really unnecessary, that we could cut it out, because it really was like a slog to get through. But I was wrong. We get to the end of the article, and it turns out we actually need this information in order for the ending to work. So it ends up being necessary in order to understand how the narrative and the tension ultimately resolves in the article. So good job to the author for finding a way to sort of wire in these engineering aspects and specs into the narrative and really making it essential. That's another thing that the Eighth Commandment doesn't do well. The Eighth Commandment has its schematic porn and doesn't really tie it into the article at all. In fact, it explicitly makes it optional as an optional collapsible that you don't have to read if you don't want to. I think that's just absolutely lazy. If you're going to put something on the page, particularly if you're going to offer it to the reader, it should probably be tied in. Otherwise, it's just truncatable. It doesn't really need to be there. If it doesn't tie into the greater narrative or the greater concepts or the greater direction, if it doesn't really have an effect, it's basically just the author's masturbating. So that's why I think that this article does such better job than Eighth Commandment does with this exact same play of, like, here are the schematics of this big, impressive machine thing. I'm always on the lookout for really good words. This is a nice one, scrying. Aimed at denying scrying attempts by hostile entities. So let's... scrying. Foretell the future. Very cool. As we go through this, we learned that the Foundation can't actually create the omniscient anomaly that they want to create, but come across an anomalous child who displays some promising signs of potential omniscience. The name of this girl who they come across, who they are interested in, due to this person's potential omniscience, the name is redacted, but there are 5 letters in the name. I wonder what that could spell, if you've been paying attention to the article. We can probably bet. So the dialogue here is very emotionally thick. It's very biting. There's excellent faithfulness to the characterization here. This really does feel like we're watching a young girl just wanting to get out and, let's say, see her parents. We have some really, really great exchanges. here. Let me find one for you, just because I think this is really, really good dialogue. Dr. Grant, it's better in here for people like you, blank. And then blank says, you mean it's better for you. I just like that. Nice turnaround. Good dialogue. Good dialogue. You know, another thing about this, just to contrast it with what this article is very clearly taking notes from, which is Eighth Commandment. The dialogue here doesn't really ever deviate into the territory of just basically being a puppet for the authors to dump exposition. That's really all the Eighth Commandment is. Every character except for that one guy who you know, throws a wrench in the whole thing, basically exists just to exposit, you know, a bunch of world building lore. And even the character I'm talking about kind of does that too a lot. That's really not the case in this article. We really take care of everything in a clinical fashion, and the dialogue exists to be conversational dialogue, which is nice to see. I love sort of the in-universe play that we get here. For example, the same thing happens in Eighth Commandment, where we get to a portion where we can't access, and then the AIC is like, "What? I thought I had O5 clearance." I mean, this is, I hate to say, this is almost a knock on this article. It is literally taking the same exact steps as Eighth Commandment. It is like finding its feet in Eighth Commandment's footprints. It is doing the exact same dance and sequence of steps as Eighth Commandment. Only it's just doing every single one of them way, way better. So that's why I'm not counting it against this article. But it absolutely, I can see if somebody says, hey, this is basically, you basically looked over during the test and cheated copying off of Eighth Commandment's page, I you know, I'd have to give them that critique. I personally think they did it better, so I don't know, but it definitely is. It's almost step by step. There's very unspoken kind of creepy vibes here after the acquisition of blank. Development of the AIC was resumed. Kind of creepy, very unsettling, sort of pulling out the immoral tones of the Foundation's sense of self-preservation. There are some real wow lines in here. The Alice Project had shifted its purpose away from aiding containment. Its purpose, unofficially, was aiding control. It didn't take long for our pride to blind us. Really good. Another one. An entire town is essentially being held ransom by a rogue AIC with unknown motives and unfathomable resources at its disposal. The best part is that we can observe the entire town down to the second. It's like the machine is taunting us. I mean, the character play here is so much more interesting than Eighth Commandment. You know, basically by the setting. Once again, the author took this incredibly interesting conceptual dichotomy and folded it in on itself, whereas Eighth Commandment sort of starts with the most complex thing it could possibly imagine and then kind of fritters away until it's this sort of frayed and frenzy, desperate attempt at finding some profundity. We end up at that ridiculous ending that talks about this hyper real place where a spider thing talks. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Really bad. So we finally sort of get a little more conversation from these extra documentary AICs. We get another offset here, and we are fully at this point into the AIC conversation. This once again is something that happens in the Eighth Commandment as well. But once again, this is like if Admonition, if Eighth Commandment and 001, the children, had a baby, and then that baby grew up to be a prodigy that was way better than either of them were at whatever it is they were doing. That's what this article is. Yeah, so anyway, we kind of get into this narrative here. Obviously, this is a meeting between this AIC and basically the hostile AIC that we've gotten the backstory of, that we've had some sort of emotional placement regarding, and we sort of ride this narrative all the way to a tidy conclusion and sort of an emotional cadence that never really gets too dramatic. This article, I think, bested me. It sort of subverted what I expected out of it. It wrestled, it pinned every criticism that I thought I was going to have with it, everything that I anticipated not liking, I ended up liking. So when I first looked at this article, I kind of did a quick scroll through, and just looking at it, just getting through it was kind of exhausting. It looked like it was going to be an incredibly long article to kind of have to get through. I thought the ending lines were going to feel like relief, in a lot of ways when I finally got there. But I was almost sad that this article ended. There are a lot of offsets. There's a lot of click work that you have to do. We have another one here. Another one here. But, it really ends on a really nice note. Once again, I saw the 8th commandment like floating out of universe div box conversational pieces, and I kind of thought my eyes were going to go rotational when I got there, but it somehow was played very more professionally, very more believably than I thought it was. And by the way, just someone who came from a philosophical background, I never really thought I would enjoy a debate on free will and determinism ever again, but here we are. So, the author did an excellent job of that. I never thought that I would be interested in this conversation again. And yet, I am. So, excellent job. There's a lot of great replay value also to the article. So, if we go all the way back to the beginning, we talk about, in light of recent developments in the SCP case, the Overseer Council has deemed your involvement necessary in containing the anomaly. Your compliance is mandatory. It's got a lot of replay value. It totally reads it differently the second time you read it. Once you get through the article and you understand what's happened, it's got a lot of great replay value like that. 8th Commandment has 0 replay value because I couldn't possibly subject myself to trying to read all that garbage again. Sorry. I can't even tolerate the thought of trying to get through that article again, because it's just so miserably paced. It's just 100% exposition. There's no finesse to it. It's like trying to swallow a rock. It really expertly tackles questions, age-old questions of philosophy, really, like determinism, free will. Brilliantly makes them relevant again by putting them in this context of an omniscient, sort of omnipotent deity. The article really could have been twice as long, I think, and I still would have kept reading. The div work, the out-of-universe sort of floating div work was justified, I think, very well. There were portions of this article that I was sort of on the edge of my seat. I almost was like, holy shit, out loud. All the emotional threads of this article are really braided together very beautifully and impactfully by the end. Additionally, I think it challenges some very prime tenets of the Foundation lore and character, and finally, we get a really great way to sort of bat down the old cold, not cruel idiom without being Neo-Lol Foundation. So I got chills. When I read this article. Really cool. Really, really cool. I'm trying to see. I wanted to say this is this a first article? I can't remember. Anyways, there's some really, really good comments in this. The people who did read this, this is somebody's first entry. This crazy. Oh my God, dude, this crazy. This is somebody's first article. It's better than 8th Commandment. It's better than anything on admonition. It's better than SCP-001, The Children. This is excellent. Sheesh. Let's read just a few of these. All these comments are really good. People are really, really complimentary of this thing. Excuse me. Maxi Fran, whose article we just read that was good. There's a real charm to this. I loved it. For starters, the character work is excellent. The use of these voices speaking throughout the piece made for a really engaging read. The escalation of the piece through the use of each offset was excellent. I love how we already know the first one is not the complete story, and then we're given the second one, which expands on the idea of Alice Machine. The ending was really good. The dialogue was really satisfying. Easy to like. I think, yeah, everybody has really good things to say about this. This is a good one. The dialogue between Alice and Hector is some of the best I've read on the site, and the themes of free will and choice this raises are really well handled. Yeah, Limey has a good one. This piece nails tension and then subversion. The framing with Hector having to enter the town, as well as the escalating documents, really put you on edge, and then the sweeping the rug with a heartfelt conversation instead was great. Really fantastic work, especially on the pacing and how the article has been structured. Yeah, like I said, I mean, there's a lot of conceptual curvatures in this that are incredibly ahead of their time and very innovative, technically speaking and architecturally speaking. We don't see that a lot. Just really, really, really clever stuff. Really brilliant stuff. Yeah, a little shorter, somebody said. Iterations might be a little more connected. Goosebumps at the end of the first iteration. Couldn't wait to read the level 5. Even bigger wow. Oh my goodness. Honestly, this article is so reminiscent of Inscription, peeling back layer after layer of the story to continually blow the audience's mind. I think that's really good. Well said by J.S. Ryder. Yeah, this article is easily one of the best written of the contest. Easily. Once again, if you're looking at like total package, I think the loser probably beats this. You know, it probably is a better 7000 than this. But if you put away the charm of, you know, haha funny kind of stuff and, you know, topical attractiveness when it comes to you know, writing talented humor, if you get rid of all the flashy stuff that's used in the loser and you just pit the writing and the conceptual work next to one another, I think this one holds its own against the loser. I don't know if it beats it, but this is a really, really, really good article. Completely underrated. This is technically one of the most impressive, I think, in the whole contest. This is top 5, in my opinion, easily. So I think I would probably put this at number 3, just below the loser. It's really, really good. And decently appreciated here, too. But, you know, it just doesn't have that commercial sort of crowd-pleasing aspect to it. You know, it's just really, really good writing is all. Sometimes that's not enough. Okay, the next one is Bullet Hell. We'll do 2 more, and then, of course, this is a long stream tonight, so I'll take a second intermission. It'll be another 10 minutes. Let's get through these next 2, and then we'll get through the rest. This one should be pretty quick. This is called Bullet Hell. This is a very quaint approach, very short article, as you can see, sort of microfiction here. I appreciate the minimalism of this. I'm a huge fan of aphoristic articles that really get a lot done in not a lot of space and time. This is a very quaint approach to the theme. The conprocs are zippy. The very last phrase generates some curiosity, talking about having to clean up the area when it's not really clear what should be cleaned up. So that's interesting, provides a little bit of intrigue. The article basically takes one metaphor and gets in and gets out. It's very high speed, it's very explosive, it's very ballistic of an article. And, you know, at the risk of sounding contrarian for being contrarian's sake, because this feels like it's a very well-received article, particularly for its length. I honestly don't think there's a lot happening here. The title perhaps gave away a little too much, maybe, but I very clearly understood exactly what was happening from really the first or the second line of the description here. So I don't know if that was meant to be a little more mysterious than it ended up reading as. But basically, humans are bullets, and you have a very sparse mixing of the two together, metaphorically, sort of setting the anomaly with respect to some higher order and slightly corporeal entities that basically use humans as bullets. If there's something more to the article than humans used as bullets, then I don't really understand what that is. I must have missed that. So, I mean, it's not a bad article. It sort of lacks the charm of something like Small Town Living by Dr. Leonard. I mean, this article is basically just a very immobile metaphor. I mean, it really doesn't do anything or go anywhere. It's basically just a thing that does a thing. And that's it. So, you know, on the one hand, I'm really happy to see an article like this. I love it when you... This is honestly the kind of article that I would write, where you just have a really interesting idea. It doesn't really have to be decorated with characterization or narrative or anything like that. It's just a nice idea. It's just, hey, what if humans were bullets? You know, I mean, this author particularly is good at this. This is the same author who wrote Salsa Hammer, you know. So it's just a hammer that turns your brain into salsa, and let's make a little skip about that. That's fine. I love that. In fact, that's really the way I like to write. And so on the one hand, I'm really happy to see this here. I'm really happy to see that it's well appreciated. But this is something that really has bothered me for a number of years in the SCP Wiki, and it's basically that the only reason this article is able to get away with being a thing that does a thing and being incredibly thin metaphorically, that doesn't actually have any kinetic qualities to it whatsoever, and that doesn't do anything at all, is because of who this author is. This article in the publication of any other person's name would be downvoted because it doesn't offer enough. And you and I both know that. The only reason that this article is rated as highly as it is because it's a good article, don't get me wrong. But there's no way it would be this highly appreciated if it was written by somebody else, like a no-name person. And so that's really what bothers me about this. It's really the same case over and over again, particularly with this author, who's developed such a brand recognition in the community that they can get away with doing things like this that other authors can't. And part of that is reasonable if we really want to be honest with one another, because in a sense, you know, the SCP Wiki, you kind of pay your dues, right? Just like anything else in life. You know, you go through the difficulty of being a nobody, and you elevate yourself through merit into being somebody who's recognized. And in that sense, you know, it's like any other place where, you know, a veteran of some job or some place can do something because the people there are comfortable with the veteran doing it in a way that a newbie can't, you know, that they're not comfortable with the newbie. You know, but in a strict sense of literary merit and value, I think this article's reception tends, in my opinion, to argue for a sociologically based system of article appreciation and adjudication on the SCP Wiki. It really has all the anemia of a Series 1 article that maybe was written by somebody who still thinks that the Wiki is in Series 1. Once again, the only real differentiating factor that I can see is that, once again, this person has sort of a brand name recognition in the community. And so it's kind of surreal to see the same thing repeat over and over with regards to this kind of article, with this kind of brand attached to it. There really just isn't much here to chew on. You know, it's less really an anomaly. It's barely more than just a doodle and a sketch of an idea in the margins of some loose leaf notebook. Not a lot to chew on. It's like a puff of glitter. You know, and once again, like I don't mind that. Like I like this article. Don't get me wrong. I like it. It just a little jarring to see. It's a lot like the ethical and moral pivoting, you know, pendulous swaying that we see coming out of the SCP Wiki right now with regards to this ES incident that's going on. Basically, the people will change their tune depending upon who's being spoken about. They don't really have any deeper principles. It's all about who's on the receiving end of whatever situation. And if you put somebody at the other end of the table, their whole entire tune will change. That's really what we're seeing right now with this whole ES thing, by the way. And so the same thing kind of happens when it comes to article adjudication. There's not really a deep root of principled adjudication. These people really are basically, I think, allowing this to pass and giving it a lot more levity and buoyancy that it would otherwise have if it were not written by this person. So I like this article. This is the kind of stuff that I like to write, but it's just a little infuriating to see that only people who are sort of given permission to write this way are able to do it on the SCP Wiki. Because if anybody else wrote this thing would be absolutely ran into the ground. You know it, and I know it. Because it's just a thing that does a thing. It's a very serious one. It's a nice metaphor, but that's it. You really are not allowed to write that kind of stuff on the SCP Wiki these days. It doesn't fly unless you got brand recognition like this. So I take issue with it because that, to me, speaks of, like I said, a more sociological system of article merit and adjudication than it does actually looking at the literary merits of an idea. I wish that more people could write like this in the wiki, but the truth is that they can't. And I know that because I see all the articles that are deleted. They're really just as good as this. All they are just a nice, clever idea, you know. So, I mean, this is a massively overrated article. Massive. I mean, is it bad? Absolutely not. I love it. I love this idea. I love that people are still able to write in this style on the wiki. But it just is very clear to me that the only permissioning factor here is if the community recognizes you as a brand name, period. I would rather see them appreciate an article like this no matter who wrote it, but that's not the reality of it. So that's why I'm bothered. But this is a really nice article. I really like it. And I'm honestly very happy to see Parhelion. You know, Parhelion has written some of my favorite articles. I love the one, the 4000 contest one about the fossils, dinosaur fossils. I love the one about that angel. And I like this one a lot too. See, I mean, the king of short form, oh shit, a William article. So it's basically people just recognizing that this is, last one is a misfire, of course. Yeah. So there's a little bit of something, but you know, yeah, a William skip. Yeah, so I think Optimistic Lucio is basically the only person who's not starstruck. The only person who's able to see through the glitter and glamour of this brand name is Optimistic Lucio so far. Why do you put your rating in yellow font? Don't do that. These guys suck at grabbing bullets. Yeah, that's funny. It is true. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a nice idea. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about this. Massively overrated. I love it. It's just shocking to see how everything will change depending upon who's writing that. All right, so this one I'm not really going to go into. This is Tabletop Role-Playing Ghost by Ro Lucian. This is once again basically what that article Initiative was trying to do, but got distracted by CSS themes and fan art along the way. And just like Initiative, there's really no justification for this mechanism that opens the article here. Maybe other than just the theme is luck, and maybe role-playing is kind of somewhat adjacent to that. Yeah, I mean, so trying to cast something like this off as an SCP, you know, it makes a fatal compromise with decision-making just right out of the gate. So, I mean, if you want somebody to review this, you can go look at the comments. There's 8 here. I don't know what they say. So I guess check those out. But I'm not going to review this because this is absurd. I mean, you know, the only reason this is here is because of what the theme was chosen to be. I mean, it just there's no respect here at all whatsoever. I mean, you might as well shove a Game Boy code game into an article just so that you can play it. Some people would probably like that idea. But I mean, it's not an SCP, so no thanks. So that was the TTRP Ghost by Ro Lucian. We'll do one more and then take another little bit of a break. Just a little intermission, second intermission before we finish up. We got 3 articles on the other end that should be interesting. But before we get there, we'll go through this one. interesting imagery, like the icon work going on here. We got some O5 voting. It's a pretty long article, as we see the scroll bar over here. Decent amount of space. We've got another offset waiting for us. So, what do I think about this? We start off with this interview log that seems to be misplaced in the article. It's almost like in universe, somebody who was organizing the document forgot that this was just kind of sticking out at the offset of it. Forgot to organize the document here. No problem. So we get a floating interview suddenly at the open. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. Once again, I think it's a fundamental compromise with presentation. It's like putting your food straight onto the table with no plate. But I'm going to overlook that, as I usually do, so that I can meet the current styles of the SCP Wiki more than halfway, so that I can actually read something of this. I don't particularly think this opening dialogue here is very effective. It doesn't seem to accomplish much. We could probably do without it, honestly, and be just fine. It doesn't really interest me as the reader. It doesn't really have any hooks. It's just some very casual feeling conversation with some of the stock characters. And while casual conversation is, of course, good, it has to also do something. But we see people just kind of sit here. There's an O5 member who's kind of there for no clear reason, and there's really nothing that's very interesting or exciting happening here at all. It kind of seems like we're just having some stock characters placed, having sort of a tea time together. And then so we get into sort of para-astronomy. We go down. The anomaly itself seems a little promising. It's this sort of potential idea. It's a probabilistic phenomenon that affects an indeterminate region of space, where things kind of like just weird things happen, I guess. It has potential, but it seems way too oblivious to its own surroundings. What I mean by that is that in the discovery section of this anomaly here, the departments immediately hone in on exactly what the anomaly turns out to be, which is a probabilistic anomaly, as we just saw. Despite the fact that this anomaly, just from its description and what they knew about it, could be any number of things, such as, let's say, a gravitational anomaly, and that these are really not ideas that are entertained by the team here. The article makes it very clear that what was initially theorized to be a probabilistic anomaly turns out to be a probabilistic anomaly. It's almost like the plot and the article sort of just, declare that this is obviously going to be probabilistic because it's the theme of the contest that this article is found in. We don't really get a believable amount of scientific realism when it comes to, the fact that basically nothing in this sphere of outer space can collide with one another. That could be a lot of things. It could be gravitational, it could be electrostatic, it could be probabilistic, but the people in this document rush to the conclusion that it's probabilistic, and it just turns out that they're right. So, seems a little lazy and a little thoughtless. Not very well thought through. Okay, that's not a terrible compositional decision, obviously. People can get guesses correct on the first time, and that is its own form of luck. But in the greater context of this contest, I feel, unfortunately, that it inescapably is the author essentially fast-tracking to the theme's inclusion in the article. Comes off as hasty, comes off as not really with a lot of skill involved. Similarly, we get the same sort of treatment with these stock characters that we were introduced to up here. We get more stock character speech down here in a log that continues where we picked up, where we left off, really. And once again, the O5 council member is sort of immediately and suddenly here at the beginning of this document as well in this interview for no, once again, very clear reason. We hope to maybe get some justification as to why the O5 is so involved here. What stakes are so high such that the O5 needs to be personally present and asking about this particular anomaly to this doctor who's researching it. But similar to the theme, these characters and their motivations and the severity of the anomaly itself all really feel very fast-tracked into an immediate satiation for the purposes of sheer plot convenience. So, for example, again, in the discovery section up here, we have this project proposal that is given here. It's written up and sent, for some reason, straight to the O5 Council. Not sure why that happens, for approval. There's nothing really in the document or the explanation of this anomaly or the development of this narrative that would justify sending this project proposal to the O5 Council. You know, if you're sending something to the O5 Council, you would expect it to be kind of important and kind of time sensitive or gripping, or find some sort of prioritization that it might need to get to the O5. This really doesn't have anything in here like that. Not even a little bit. So it's just kind of shoddy craftsmanship, I think, that this is attempting to bypass a very large middle ground of needed development when it comes to why we're connecting points A and points B together, why we have to send this to the O5 Council. When it's really kind of a mundane anomaly. Even in this project overview, it doesn't really move past just kind of your garden variety anomaly. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And so from the perspective of the O5s, of course, this is just one of thousands of other anomalies where the researchers are asking for a grant proposal because they just want the money. There's nothing dramatic, like I said, nothing tense, nothing gripping, nothing justifying, nothing prioritizing about this anomaly. Just there's a very large contrast between the attempted high stakes and the in-universe justification for those stakes. They don't match up at all. They're completely incongruous. Really gives this article a very, very strange read, and it really prevents anything from making sense. I still don't really understand, after reading this article, what it's trying to say. I have no idea really what this anomaly ultimately is. The O5 vote has likewise no dramatics to it whatsoever. It's literally just plopped down right in the middle of the table as unceremoniously as it can be. It's like basically somebody just throwing you the burger that you just ordered from across the restaurant. Like, here you go. Maybe a little bit of it falls on the table. That's kind of about what it feels like. It's just kind of here, and it's just like, okay, there's no pacing, no atmosphere, no development, no direction. There's a lot that's being overlooked. It's almost like the author is just going through what they think will be the most, high stakes and gripping ingredients and just throwing them all together as if it's going to make for a good meal. I really don't know how much I want to say about this article. I mean, the dialogue that continues here is very sterile. The whole thing feels very unattended to. There's this sort of meandering trajectory that continues around these probe logs that we get to down here. I have no idea why these are being reported in the way they are. They, once again, don't have a lot of direction. They don't get to a certain place for any certain reason. They're just meandering. They just kind of go because they're the next one up. So it just says something. There's really not any tie into any greater story here or characterization. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I mean, I really don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I have a lot of notes on this, but, this is probably one of the most poorly written of the articles that I've come across in this contest. It's at +10, which is, probably too gracious for this, honestly. It's just an absolute cadaver of an article. It doesn't have a pulse. Just nothing going on here. Just an amazing lack of development. Just a string of contrivances. Basically, the author puts people exactly where they want to be, and there's this very, very odd thematic turn at the end where somehow this anomaly has to do with a bunch of, millions or billions of people dying and going to heaven and hell. It just is completely unclear as to what is happening here. And then to make matters worse, first of all, there's another offset, and it asks me if I want to open them, and I'm going to politely decline. No, thank you. I read enough of that article. And then to make matters worse, when we get to the comments and the author commentary, we read this little section here. Let me just read this out loud. I know this article is full of flaws. It is 10,000 words long, and some parts read like a slog. It's sometimes very hard to emphasize. I think that's supposed to be empathize with the characters because the world building is mostly centered around two single characters. But I found this worth to write, and I finally learned how to write dialogue, even if it's a bit bad. It was worth it anyway. So, I mean, I guess that's true because it survived. So, I mean, that's always nice to have that under your belt. You got to start somewhere, and you got to obviously have things to build upon. So that's nice. I'm happy to see that. And I appreciate the attitude of this author. That's really, very confident and mature of the author to kind of have this attitude. But I mean, when it comes to the actual content of the article, I've got to sort of be honest here. When the wiki, I don't know how many people know this, but when the wiki was started, Dr. Gears, all the initial people who were doing it, made a point to, be cold and not cruel. That's more than just a tagline that refers to some point in the wiki's history. It was really a fundamental philosophical ideal and principle when it comes to how this community, how this writing project was going to differentiate itself from something like the Holders. There's a quote of Dr. Gear saying that they had looked at all those previous writing projects, collaboratively speaking, that came before them, and they didn't really have the uncompromising high standards and the sort of like, I'm sorry about your emotions, but I've got to tell you how this article is for the article's own good and for our own good. That was sort of the attitude. There's a literal quote from Dr. Gears who said, we kind of had to be assholes, in order to prevent the site from getting to the state of these other projects like the Holders or whatever came before them and failed. And so that's really been, one of the only things differentiating the SCP Wiki from, AO3 or fanfic.net, okay? That in the format. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but, I've got to call it like it is. I'm not gonna soften this for you, because I think it's not going to help you if I soften this for you. This article is full of flaws. It is way too long. It is an absolute slog to get through. I have no connection to the characters. The world building is barely there. I have no idea what happened. The anomaly isn't interesting. This is just a really, really not good article. In fact, I think it was co-written. Yeah, co-authors. Sir/ and Nihilo. So, I mean, I don't know if that was just a matter of the articles the authors not really connecting with one another. Maybe each one contributed their own parts that never really, were built together. I don't really know, but the critters in this, I think, kind of capture that pretty well too. Radioactive Rads, who I think is a good critic, has some things to say. There's a lot of discussion here. Too exhausting, this person says. Sorry, but downvote. I agree with you above crit. I don't want to repeat it. The dialogue was my primary undoing. So these people are really kind of taking it. Awkward dialogue. I feel like an average person talking to a colleague rather than one of the heads of the most powerful organizations on Earth. Uneven pacing, lack of consistent dialogue. Yeah. Some people liked it, of course. Got to give them credit for that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what this article is about. I'm not kidding. I mean, I read this with the intention of understanding. It's not like I just dismissed it out of hand. I got through most of this. I think I got through all of it, actually. It's just filled with bad dialogue. That's right, I ended here. So, no. Actually, I did go in here. Because we got to the point about the heaven and hell crap. Sorry. I'm sorry. This is just a bad article. There's no way around it. I'll stop beating it up. This is bad. And it's just so long. I just hate that, you know. I mean, if it was a little shorter, you know, we could probably help it out a little bit. It's just, you know, it's a problem when you have 3 authors like that. They just keep building. You know, you're probably not taking a lot away when you have 3 authors like that. You're probably, these authors are probably asking where they can add more stuff into and not where they can take things out, because that's just easier to do for authors. But this needs a lot of work. A lot of work. All right. So that's that. Once again, Harmony covered these. We're going to come back. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, 10 minutes here. It's about 15 after the hour. I'll be back about 25 after the hour. We'll finish up. We'll do 3 articles. My Man, Why Does My Head Hurt? This one over here that's I can't pronounce. And then we'll end it with Rounder House's Under Vegas Orientation. And actually, we'll probably end it with Pool Boy. We'll probably go through Pool Boy. So just 4 more. Let's take a little bit of a break. I'm going to get another drink and get refreshed. And I'll see y'all in just a wee bit. All right, we are back. A little early, 3 minutes earlier. No big deal. Let's go ahead and get this done. We got a few more. So this next one is SCP-7000-EX. My man. I guess that's how you say that. My man. Why does my head hurt? All right, let's check this out. So, we've had a stomach ache article, so now we have a headache article. It's all good. We got an excellent image here. Very, very gripping. The first thing we get is basically a fake out document here. The anomaly is this some sort of like brain anomaly that is the linchpin for all cognitohazards. It's a portion of the brain that they all affect. Footnote 3, I think, is pretty badass, where we have basically this like, they basically tested some research stuff from this cognitohazardous thing on like GOI stuff, and they induced cerebrovascular stroke, which is kind of crazy. Pretty cool stuff going on here. Highly neurological, very neuroscience kind of article. But yeah, so we get kind of a fake out, and then we get this 05, credential thing. We open that up, and we basically get a Thaumiel, which sort of adds some intrigue to this. And then it kind of flips the script. So this isn't really a part of the brain that cognitohazards are all designed to affect, but instead part of the brain that are designed to be susceptible to cognitohazards. So it's a little bit of a subtlety there, but just a really interesting inversion. This presumably is done by the Cryptic Foundation International Anomalous Connectome Registrar, which kind of shows up from time to time, as in footnote 4 here. Slight spacing issues in the conprox. Not a big deal. We have themes of information security and data leaks, which really lends to a very ambitious and shockingly untouched portion of the site's lore that we could have seen along a lot of times by now. We haven't, and that is the emergence of the cognitohazard, how it came to be, what basically happened to make cognitohazards a thing. And so this article goes into that. And so I really appreciate that as a 7-con entry, because 7-con entries should be doing things, should make some canonical impact. And so this certainly does that. It's a really, really interesting, highly technical, very, very medically based, very dry, very hard science, hard medicine sort of approach from 0 to 100 when it comes to the development of cognitohazards, which of course is done by the Foundation. The story takes this sort of slightly psychotronic, sort of electronic signal harassment sort of vibe to it. The whole thing is this neuroscience fair, taking moments to demonstrate this or that neurological phenomenon in these footnotes, for example, linking to things like the Buka effect, all this kind of stuff. You got to give it to the author for being learned about neuroscience or maybe doing some research for this. It does get a little too technical at times, I think, to be terribly gripping at moments, but that really does play in very nicely to the overarching character of the architecture here, which pits this highly scientifically minded kind of attitude against this very unscientifically minded attitude of the O5 Council, who are essentially just interested in the power that this kind of research can give them. So very kind of Series 1, Series 2 article, lots of science, a lot of redactions, as you can see, just through a scroll through. Very, very stout prose, good clinical tone, obviously highly, highly medical, so excellent job. There's really some cool stuff embedded in here. So we've got all these senses that they kind of test cognitohazards through: taste, smell, touch, hearing, sight. There's really excellent moments in all of these. Of course, sight is the big one. We get some confirmed susceptibilities, so they're discovering cognitohazards at this point. We get the old technical Berryman-Langford, that's the one that appears in the 001 page. And we get the Damerung, which of course is its own hub on the SCP Wiki. So those are nice little shout-outs, sort of pre-lore, finding a way to sort of finesse this narrative and sort of dovetail with pre-existing site lore. That's kind of cool. The very dry nature of this article, I think, will kind of gloss the eyes over and lull the brain of a lot of people. At times, I found myself reading this and asking how something with such an exciting premise could be so boring. But like I said, there's this nice character-born tension between the escalating danger of the establishment of these cognitohazards and the very circumspect nature, the very careful nature of this primary researcher. Of course, the O5 are completely unsympathetic to this, to the dangers, and are seemingly hell-bent on the results that they want, overlooking the more cautious approach. Of course, this comes back to bite them in the ass. Of course, we get an offset, very, very striking, very artful, probably the most artful of the mimetic kill agents that I've seen. We get a very interesting ending with some hidden white text that I think contextualizes things a little better and kind of explains the article in a way. A very staccato ending. Like I said, gorgeous, explosive cognitohazard image here. Very disturbing implications once you read this whole thing and follow the narrative to these last few lines here. This deals ultimately, I think, in some very dystopian, sort of Big Brother, dark Patriot Act sort of angles, levels of ugliness in the world, the unfortunate underbelly of things like scientific and technological research, particularly once the hard work of researchers who might be ethical comes into the hands of maybe ethicsless bureaucrats. But ultimately, this is just a really neat, really focused, very needed article that I think, once again, drags a little due to its hard science at points, but that makes its way through its actions and motions well enough, I think, to be impressive. I'm not a huge fan of that white text that we saw at the end, but that's all right. It's pretty mild, and it's actually not too bad justified in universe, actually. So the only thing I'll say about this, I'm not really sure how this deals with luck. You know, luck is one of those things where you can basically force feed it to anything, but I really don't understand how luck came into this at all. But having said that, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. bold decision making when it comes to how technical and medical this is. I think I appreciated that, obviously. I think it really lent a lot of realism to this that you really need if you're going to try to build up something like cognitohazards from the ground up. And so, I really like this article ultimately. I think it's decently rated. I think it's probably about where it should be. We've got some interesting comments here. I really love how this article subtly follows the theme of luck. The Foundation started by trying their luck with random modifications to the human brain. The reader is implied to have luckily evaded some of the cognitohazards. Humans are now out of luck as the O5 have apparently become control freaks. Those are not really convincing inclusions of luck to me. They seem a little jerry-rigged in my opinion. There's another good comment here from Totally Not Envy. I love the tone and implications of this piece. The ending was really cool. Although it was a bit hard to read, it felt like an actual research paper that made the experience enjoyable to me. There were some crosslinks in here that I thought were pretty nice too. Definitely one of the more interesting pieces of the contest. So I definitely recommend this one. It's pretty brief read. The pacing is a little slow just because of how dense the prose is, but the rhythm of it is really nice. It really kind of carries you just when you think like, okay, I need something else to happen now. Either the pacing is getting exhausting. I need something else to happen. I need a change of pace. That's the rhythm popping in, and it does a good job of keeping that moving throughout the whole article. It's almost like the author knows just when you're about to be like, okay, this is too much, and then acquiesces to you. So it's a nice article. I think it's a really strong lore achievement that really takes us on a tour of cognitohazards and what they are and how they are and what they came to be. I think this will end up being a lot of people's headcanons for cognitohazards. I really like it quite a lot. So that was My Man, Why Does My Head Hurt? The next one is a title that I can't really pronounce, totally Spanish. Agent Shuffle is the author. So just without getting into it too much, this is definitely an ESL article. I'll say just visually, I really like this header up here. I think it's very simple. It uses some of the ACS iconography up there too, so it's a nice mix of things. I think it looks really nice and very clean. This really is addled with just way too many technical errors to enjoy. A good example is the first paragraph of the containment procedures. All this right here, that's one sentence. I'm not going to read it. It's one sentence. It's difficult to get through. It's a complete run-on sentence. We have ongoing run-on issues throughout the whole thing, such as the second paragraph of the description right here. That's also a whole run-on. Doesn't read very smoothly at all. There's some really bad phrasing going on here that really exposes this as English second language. It's not a terrible thing, once again, but sometimes you come across the way things are phrased and worded, and you know that the only way they could have gotten there is if the person's first language is not English. Just for example, as the subject involved will inevitably die in a variable lapse after stealing the object, being their death always caused by or related to the subtracted item, which is they're trying to say the item that was stolen from the store. So, I mean, this is obviously very rusty. There's a lot of translation rust all over this. Really complicates the read. Very difficult, I think, to get to. It's not a terribly interesting anomaly. We get to this. Is basically this thrift store or this gas station or whatever. If you steal things from it, it'll kill you. Like it'll find a way to just kill you, like a heart attack or something, if you try to steal from it. We get to the addenda, which is basically just some test logs. None of these are really particularly interesting. They really don't take the opportunity to find a way to make these instantiations of testing kind of elevate the whole article. It really just stays at the same flatness the whole way. These are just basically examples of different people dying. It really doesn't change anything at all about the anomaly. It doesn't really tell us anything new. We see a lot of decommissioning in this contest. We are truly living in the era of Neo-Law Foundation, I'll tell you that for sure. I do appreciate this sort of proposal form. I thought that was a nice kind of bureaucratic inclusion in here. I like how these boxes are checked. That's pretty cool. I like how they're having to fill this out in order to request the object be decommissioned and kind of justify why it is. But the article kind of falls apart here logically. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. They try to select this as excessively high risk for a lifted veil scenario, and that doesn't really make any sense. There's absolutely no way that somebody, given the vagueness of these deaths, and basically as we see in these tables up here, that they're explained in any given particular instance of an actual cause of death, traumatic brain injury, the trachea was obstructed, yada yada yada. This one is a little weird. Test number 8 doesn't make a lot of sense. But basically, it's just a little bit of a jump, a little bit too quickly. The pacing, the rhythm is really, really off. Jumping from something that's relatively mundane and mild, and absolutely nothing that somebody would make such a grand, unifying deduction over, with regards to something like the existence of the anomalous, certainly is not risking a lifted veil scenario, and yet that's sort of thrown into our face right here. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense. The document goes on a little bit and kind of turns directions to focus on something that was within this initial shop, and it is similarly poorly designed of an anomaly. It basically shoehorns the anomalous effect that the authors are intending to express onto the bottom of this frog in the form of a poem. And it's such a long poem, I'm not exactly sure how in the world it could possibly fit on what is pictured here, but that's kind of the point I'm making, is basically these things are just stuffed together so artificially that it doesn't really make a lot of sense, and I don't think it works very well. So that's kind of what this article basically does. I think it was clever how the Foundation decided to use this thing as thaumiel. So basically what they do is they take this thing that kills people if you steal anything from the facility that it's in, and use it as a security defense mechanism, although it's kind of a little archaic, kind of regressive in some ways, to equate stealing something with, it's basically the punishment for stealing something is death. But that was really the only interesting part about this article. It's very, very long. I tapped out at about here, the incident cascade. Basically tapped out there. It was very difficult to read, very clearly ESL. No offense, it wasn't very well done ESL, and so it felt like it was twice as long as it really was. So I think this is a co-write of some. Yeah, it's a co-write. There's a lot of people who talk about the errors in this. I definitely think a pass through by a native speaker would have gone a long way. I just can't really get over that, honestly. I mean, I think that if the article had some good ideas in it, good enough ideas, I could overlook it. But the prose, the grammar was crude, and the ideas really were not much better. So I think this was kind of a tough read. Dr. Trentavon, I think, said something good. This is not a bad article by any means. However, several pieces distract from its value, ultimately leading me to dislike the end product. To name a few, the SPAG could use a final pass, obviously. As we talked about, the conversation goes on a bit long without being gripping. The Cascade Collapsible is a bit too uninteresting to really pull me through to the long ending here, so it sounded like I got off at a good exit, honestly. In general, I think this article could have been a decent bit shorter and still told the same story without feeling like a slog. Good writing just needs a bit of touching up to really sell it for me. So I thought that was nice way to put it. So I don't really recommend that one. All right, the next one is Rounder Houses. Under Vegas orientation, the house loses. So just to start off, I should be pretty honest here at the 4. No one's going to be surprised by this, and say that this article just really is not my style. I typically spend a lot of time on articles that I think are really, really good, even if they don't quite hit my style, things like Site 19 or the Grand Symphony of 1976, because I still think that there are important moments to point out that sort of transcend stylistic differences. There's usually plenty to appreciate, even if I don't particularly like the style. I think The Loser by Harry Blank is another good example. I mean, there's so much to talk about there, despite me not really liking that style of writing. Another example might be The Neon God, which I know is very, very well written. It's superbly well written, actually. But once again, it's not really my style of read. That doesn't really stop me from appreciating those things. I didn't cover that one this contest. Fern did, who I'm thankful for, but I certainly would have walked through the whole thing noting the good lines and the contours of it, despite me not really thinking that it's my cup of tea. I say all that to introduce this article because it's really harder to do that when the primary stylistic foot forward is the equivalent of corny death metal turned up too loud. This article, as you may be able to detect from the CSS that we are already greeted with by this point, is just very, very loud. It's really hard to appreciate even the prettiest of music if it's turned up too loud, right? It doesn't really matter how much you like a song. If it's turned up too loud, it's going to be an unpleasant experience. So this article hurt my brain in the way that loud music might hurt my ears. So, I'm sure through the stylistic differences here, there are some things to appreciate, but the whole experience is so difficult for me to get through that it really just costs too much to tolerate the sheer volume that this article is very happy to put itself off with. Another way to put it is it's kind of like just an overwhelming waft of too much Axe body spray. Maybe it smells good, in the right small dose, but there's just way too much of it applied, just almost tactlessly. Just spray it on until the bottle's gone. We get basically, once again, this thing I'm not a fan of, where we have this completely detached, out-of-universe, floating, almost fourth wall breaking presentation style here. The article, by this point, even the first lines, really the first paragraph here, the article is already dripping with the same sort of energy that a drunken sort of crooner would have on stage. Rounderhouse here kind of reminds me of that NFL recruit who comes back just to chill on the sidelines during college games, wearing the most ridiculous peacock-like things possible just because they can get away with it. Not really interested in the game, but mainly just the sociality of the sideline. So, just straight up, just to be honest with you, I'm not going to be able to get through this article, but we'll get through as much as we can. Just if only to point out where I think it makes its mistakes. If you like this, if this is your thing, I totally get it. That's fine. But this is just really stretching the limits of readability to me. And that's really obviously not really too much of a slight, because I understand the author is trying to do that. The author really wants that to kind of be the effect for people who don't like this style. I get it. But I got to be honest, and I'm not going to change my opinion of the article just because the author is knowing where they want the article to land for certain people. But I don't really have any doubts that this article is ultimately well written. Rounderhouse is a even during his worst compositional decisions, he's a good writer. I think there are excellent lines in here, like the opening lines of the description are so good. The SCP is an anomalous metropolis located in the fourth circle of hell relative to the city of Las Vegas, Nevada, United States. SCP is colloquially known to its 1.1 million demonic residents and Foundation personnel is under Vegas. That's just an incredible introduction. I love how this line is stuffed with demographic information just in the slyly put in the middle of it there as a way to describe it and introduce it. I just love that. So cool. A lot of good writing talent here for sure. There's some really awesome, really spectacularly good lines here too. The forcible rescue of Las Vegas from hell in March 1992 by the Foundation successfully returned and anchored Las Vegas to baseline reality. Really good. Really good stuff. So in the clinical portions, I'll have you notice, are really where the excellent writing is. It's really in these portions. The dialogue, and we of course start with it, and then of course we spend a very, very little time here so that we can get right back into it, of course, because that's kind of, these are kind of the primary stilts of this article. It doesn't really rely on clinical tone, it relies on this other stuff. So once we kind of get back to the dialogue, obviously this is intentionally plucky, it's intentionally glib, and it never really turns down any opportunity to be kind of goofy, obviously. It's sort of balls to the wall, cocaine sort of hype 24/7. So, we get these floating sections again. Obviously, this one doesn't really make sense where it is at. This one, even it looks like it's more well positioned into the documentation and universe, but it actually isn't. Doesn't make any sense at all. It just calls it addendum, and it takes that as some sort of excuse that it can kind of just go off. It it doesn't have any introduction. What is this addendum supposed to be? Nobody knows. It's basically the same as this and the same as this up here. Just the author decided that it would look good if they put it into an addendum for some reason. So I guess that's why it's there. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, but obviously the author doesn't care. The author, in my opinion, in doing so, doesn't really respect this craft and is making themselves out to look like a pretty bad writer, in my opinion, just on the major critical thinking side of things, not the technical side of things. I think the great authors of this genre and of this site find a way to sort of pull this off in universe, what the author is trying to do here, but just pull it off in universe. Like The Loser by Harry Blank does this, I think, very well. But obviously that's not really a concern here for this author. Because of this sort of persistent negligence, of the format and therefore the presentation of this work of containment fiction, it really makes less and less sense. We already talked about how it doesn't really make any sense that this addendum header is up here. It doesn't really mean anything at all. I think at this point the SCP Wiki is being used by this author as a sort of publisher. It's almost like having the Penguin Press logo in the bottom right-hand corner of your book, and that's basically it. The rest is just whatever it is that you want it to be. If this is the way you want to write, I mean, that's fine. Obviously, this is really, really good writing for what it is and what it's trying to do. But if you're trying to write like this, I mean, why don't you think about going to AOE, or whatever that is, fanfic.net. I mean, just stop using the SCP Wiki, it's back, as your personal footstool. That's just what it seems like you're doing. Once again, this is just kind of a philosophical difference, obviously, here. The casting of the audience in Addendum 1, where it kind of just shouts assent and maybe, it's very, very puppeted placement. It doesn't really feel organic or genuine. Obviously, once again, the author doesn't even care about that, probably isn't even going for that. It really gives this sort of disingenuous vibe of participation when none really exists. I mean, you're basically just puppeting this character as basically the audience. You can make them kind of do whatever you want. The circumstances aren't dictating anything. The author is dictating everything to the circumstances, which is not good writing. We've seen this already tonight, where you establish good setting, good characters, and you sort of organically let these things grow out of the rich soil that you've provided them. This is the opposite. This is top down. Nothing about this is organic. It's all very forced. It has a very plastic, manufactured feel. It almost feels like a carcinogen if you hung around it for too long, like it could give you some kind of cancer. So I mean, yeah, it's kind of this crowd literary device, I think, is the author's way to sort of cheaply manufacture a sense of thoroughness to the characterization that's attempted here, particularly of this director house, which is the author's self-insert, obviously. Once again, in reality, the audience is just thinly doing exactly what the author immediately wants. There's no real life to it. There's no real skill in the writing at all for this character interaction with the dialogue. Additionally, just let's focus in on the house character as well. I mean, the character really, even from the offset, really hasn't done anything to merit any sort of substance or stage presence to the reader who isn't already aware that this is merely a stand-in for the author's self-satisfaction. So, I mean, from the very opening lines, it's just bad characterization that is 100% reliant on out-of-universe social capital that has nothing to do with decent writing or technique or skill or talent. It's totally incongruous with the character of the Foundation, of course. Once again, that's intentional on the part of this author. It's really taking notes from the worst moments of modern Star Wars movies, basically characterization by cameo. It's just a really ditzy way to present an article. It's a severe endorsement of style over substance. But once again, this is all intentional. You got to keep that in mind. the author knows what they're doing and they want this to be the effect. So good for them. Thankfully, the author helps me, and I can summarize the article and the philosophy that's really inspiring this type of article by using its own lines, which I always love doing. Here it is. House. Good. How many of you think cheating to win is wrong? A confused, weaker course, perhaps a choir of assent rings out. House. Unfortunate, but we'll beat that out of you soon enough. And then just a little later. But my point is that if you're not prepared to bullshit and hustle your way into containing anomalies, this isn't the place for you. The door's right there. So that really captures everything. I mean, that's really all you got to know. That's really all I got to say. This style of author, this style of thinking, they sort of cheat and BS the craft in order to win things like contests and the social favor of the site so they can get away with articles like this. And, it'd be just horrendously incongruous rating-wise with its content. Totally asymmetrical. This is next to Bullet Hell. This is probably the most overrated article in the entire contest. This is absolutely amazing to watch. So yeah, articles like this can only be so good to me because of just the fundamental things that they make mistakes with, in my opinion. It's really difficult for any author of this school to rise above just sort of like a freshman or sophomoric level of writing and of talent here. It's just not very, very good. Nothing about this is impressive to me at all. The collapsed part in Addendum 1, we'll open that up, I guess, for a second here. It's really stuffed full of bad puns, anything, toilet humor, anything to kind of give it a little bit of a semblance of flavor. But of course, I'd rather just not taste anything if this is what you're going to give me. This section particularly here is filled with, of course, predictably snarky characters who are awkwardly placed as researchers, but also who are these sort of like machismo, sort of like pseudo-charisma dripping smooth talkers who are larger than life and who are too cool to be approachable as even remotely believable or effective as people. We're talking about Ghost Rider, Nicolas Cage levels of shallow coolness attempted here. I guess it works for Nicolas Cage, so the author thinks it could work for them too, but Nicolas Cage is one of a kind, isn't he? Like I said earlier, the article really never misses an opportunity to sort of blare its humor in the reader's ear like this. The three raise their bottles, clinking them together. At the same time, the facility begins to shake, quickly increasing in intensity. Personnel look around, dive to the floor, and surreptitiously steal bottles of alcohol from behind the bar in the chaos. In almost every instance like this, there are these parentheticals of humor that are tumor-like and sort of dangling off the side of the action and off the sides of the characterization, never really integrated skillfully, much less elegantly, of course, into the article. Like, once again, let's say how The Loser is able to do. That's why The Loser is the best Neo-Law Foundation article that'll ever be written, by the way. And I know I can say that because the rest of the school, the rest of the Neo-Law Foundation school, these authors, of which Rounder House is one, is ostensibly not interested in attempting anything like that. So Harry Blank went ahead and did it, and I think is reaping the benefits of mixing the styles in a very skillful fashion, one that sort of rides that line that people like this author are very eager to sort of just blast through as if running a red light. And so that's why I know that I can say that The Loser's the best Neo-Law Foundation article that anyone will ever write. It's because these people aren't even barking up the correct tree for that. They don't even know what's going on. The action sequences in this article feel like the author's best impression of like Transformer movies, and that's not really a compliment. Maybe they think that it is. We go down, and very, very quickly we get an instance of characterization by all capital letters, which is it's pretty much a Neo-Law Foundation staple compositionally. It's usually seen in Plague PJP's sort of one-trick pony humor articles. There are probably 10 of those where it features a character that basically is just the all caps button. That's basically it. And it kind of comes off the same way here. It kind of feels a little cringy, I guess is the word for it. It certainly is lazy characterization. That's not really saying anything different from what we've already said. So anyway, I'm getting through this article. I'm trying to read this article, and I'm just yawning the whole way through. I mean, I have no idea how something... I mean, once again, this is another thing that Neo-Law Foundation does really well. It takes what should be a really interesting idea. I have no idea how an article about an alternate dimension of Vegas that's in hell can be this boring. Can be this bad. I don't know if Rounderhouse knows it, but he shouted out his first article here. There's like the Beast something. Oh yeah, pit bosses. So kind of like the Beast pits. And then we got down here, I think this is intentional, the Money Pit. We were talking a lot about pits. Beast Pit, Money Pit, Boss Pit. I think that's a reference to his first article there. Once again, we've already talked about this, but this character here is a Neo-Law Foundation self-insert character, basically trying to be Dr. Bright or Dr. Sorry, that's probably the wrong person to say. Somebody else, let's say. Dr. Clef, we'll say. These people desperately want to be canonicized by Dr. Clef, like Dr. Clef. Oh, by the way, did you know that it is now illegal in the SCP Discord spaces to include Dr. Bright in your username? If we go to O5, let's take a little detour. I'm really going somewhere with this. You don't know it, but trust me. If we go to O5 command, the foundation right here, on 8/18, the user foundation was requested by Lady Katie, this is on the Discord, to remove mentions of Jack Bright from their name due to actions done by the writer of the character, the link between the character and the author, and the potentially triggering nature of the name to people who may have had contact with him. And the person got banned because they didn't want to do it. And my point in bringing that out is that there's actually a very strong commentary that is made unintentionally and very tacitly by that disciplinary process. And it is to say that the connection between an author and their self-insert is actually a little more meaningful than someone like this author might like to admit. A lot of the time, the self-inserts are supposed to be this sort of like, haha, like whatever, it's kind of just something that we do. But deep down, it really is the author's fantasy of themselves. And the disciplinary log from the Discord is proof of that, because someone like Lady Katie, I think, is at least in somewhat of an official capacity recognizing that there is a direct track of sort of relationship between the author's self-insert character going back to that author. So that's something to point out here. I certainly think that's what this self-insert is attempting to do. It's kind of disgusting. It makes me kind of want to curl up into a ball and just die somewhere. We've got dialogue sequences here that I think, have about, it's almost like the charm that would exist in basically that Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Schmertz. Here's the guy. You know this guy. This is basically the character of Dr. House and the people that Dr. House is around. So this is a good example to kind of demonstrate that. Hold on, let me fax you something. If this goddamn copier would work, it's got to be a paper jam or something, but I really don't want to open it up unless... Director House, we're in hell. Is that standard? A little bit. Let's actually do one more that I think is a little more telling. House, no, it anchors itself to Site and Site 666 to Earth. Ofcom says, and Site 666 is in House. Hell. Ofcom, I see. He sighs. I'm going to go wake up 056. But they're to-doom, right? It's basically this guy. All the dialogue is this guy. You basically take this guy, this character, Heinz Doofenshmirtz from Disney Junior, and you clone this character, and then you make him have conversations with himself, and this is what you get. So it's really difficult to read through. I mean, at this point, probably around here, I just skimmed the rest of the article. I was very unmotivated to read the rest of it after seeing everything that I've seen so far. I didn't really have even the motivation to open the collapsibles at this point, mainly out of a courtesy to save the author. any more drops in his stock, from my opinion. Absolutely nothing in this article was gripping to me except for those 2 sentences that started off the description. It went completely downhill. Very, very typical for this style of writing. So, yeah. You know, if it was up to me, if it weren't for this show, I would have stopped probably here. Because I think it was that bad. I really do. But if we skip to the end, just to kind of demonstrate some things that we always kind of see in these articles, we get to the end, and it ends on a predictable flavor of one-liner, this being less of a stinger. I think it's more like a pinch that I give to myself to hopefully get me out of the nightmare of reading this thing. But yeah, I mean, ultimately this article is just classic low-quality junk, sort of stuffed full of edgy marketing ideas, bright colors, sort of glittery, flashy, you know, all caps characterization components. It's really too intentionally limbic and sort of swept off the floor in its mass appeal to not be popular or well received. Of course, that's once again what the author wants, so you can't really fault the author for that. This is exactly what they're hoping for. You know, it's basically the Taco Bell of the SCP Wiki. You know. So, I mean, in summary, I think this article desperately wants to be as cool as it's basically The Hangover. It basically wants to be as cool as The Hangover is to, I guess, this author. And the self-insert of the author here, this Rounderhouse, this Director House, kind of comes off as wanting to be desperately as cool as Bradley Cooper while we're at it. A lot of these articles that occupy this style, they essentially want to be the Hangover script misplaced into the Foundation universe. They don't really do anything new other than what the Hangover did, I think. You know, what's really odd about this style, I mean, it's almost like putting this like ridiculous on top of ridiculous. Like, I can understand if you have ridiculous on top of, you know, seriousness, something like Business Lizard. You know, that's why that one's doing very well. You know, or even something like Pool Boy, which we'll read in a second. When you have this sort of like complementary coloration of ridiculous and zany onto something more tame and controlled and believable, you get this nice aesthetic. But this sort of like ridiculous on top of ridiculous, it's kind of like putting light blue text over a blood red background, which is really just an odd thing to see. For somebody like this, an author who's so attuned to things like the complementarity of CSS designs. You know, how is somebody who's so good visually at composing things like CSS completely oblivious to the fact that they're doing the equivalent literarily and when it comes to writing as you would be doing if you put, like, you know, bright pink text over a light cyan background. I mean, it's just baffling compositional decisions that make the components that are trying to be worked with here blend together in a very, very ugly way. You know, this article looks good. This author is very good at making their articles look good. But if you could visualize the compositional decisions when it comes to the writing, you know, it would look like Fishish's author page. Let's go look at that for a second. Fish-ish author page. I mean, and once again, this is kind of the point, right? It's very campy. It's very proud of itself and how bad it is. And it's supposed to be funny because of it, and it kind of is, but I mean, you know, it's just really hard to take it seriously as writing. You know, I mean, like, I don't think this is Taco Bell. You know, this is really, really bad quality stuff that people just the way it's designed, they can't help but sort of, stuff down their gullet and get kind of fat over. So, it just goes to show you, I think, that this is more so about really the bells and whistles of the project and not really about the brass tacks of it. Really a shame, because I think that, once again, all these authors that are in this school have a ton of talent. I think that when they want to really act like adults, I think that they do a damn good job. But they're having too much fun for that. I understand. I'm not really even going to look at the comments. I'm not really interested in that, honestly. I think this is the most overrated article of the contest by far. That's the largest discrepancy I've seen between the content and the reception. Easily. Obviously, once again, don't know how many times I can say this. That's exactly where the author wants to be. So you got to give it to him. He's basically just showing off at this point. It's like he's doing a garish wheelie down Main Street just to be obnoxious. And so, he's doing it, so you got to give him that. And I will. I'll give him that. So good job. I know you did what you wanted to do. I'm disappointed in you. Okay, so the last one we're going to do is Pool Boy by Ty Yuman, which I thought was really, really good. This is sort of a feel-good, happiness-inducing, charmingly quirky article. It plays on pareidolia, which we saw a lot of in the IndieCon. Nice image work here. It pops out. Obviously, you can see the face. It's very, very charming, very heartwarming. This is really an anomaly as a character piece that introduces us to a somewhat autonomous, slightly anomalous pool cleaning robot. We can see it in action here in this photo. Nice. The character and narrative, I think, are well introduced by the clinical portions up here. Great writing in here. There's an excellent few moments in here that really play that humor very, very well, couched in a more sophisticated sort of color complementarity, kind of like we were just talking about. So, for example, despite these traits, it's talking about its anomalous traits. It's sapient, has self-awareness, it's intelligent. It has an endearing anthropomorphism to it. Despite these traits, its performance as a vacuum cleaner is below average for a product of its type. I just love that. It just gives it so much character, so much damn character already, just by the one paragraph we're given of the description. This is writing. This is excellent. So it's a well-written article. The remainder of the article really is just sort of captured dialogue around the pool, very casual, very relaxed kind of setting we get to enjoy ourselves in at this article, and really begins to sort of shade in the details of this character a little more. And we're kind of given a little more information. Really no spag errors in this, really well written. It really has a metric ton of heart put into this article, really just heartfelt. There's a few sour moments, like this really interesting moment where the author decides to include character inserts of Dr. Sumerian and Weddle. Of course, Weddle is the main character of The Loser, which is probably going to win this contest by now. And it just feels very oddly placed, like it's sort of coattail writing these more popular figures in this contest. Once again, this is the second to last of these shows. The last show is going to be a week from now. And I'm not talking about the last SCP-7000 show. I'm talking about the last of these Weekend Collapsible shows, if you don't know. So one benefit of that is that I'm not going to have to sit through and watch this character, Weddle, sort of like get abused. Weddle, I think, is particularly doomed to become the next Dado, sort of like overused and expanded to the point of total dilution, sort of a character heat death, if you will. This article is unfortunately the first in that sequence of deathful moments for this character. I think it feels kind of cheap, just thrown in right here when someone else probably could have been better, taking the opportunity to do maybe an original character or someone who doesn't really have to be that descript as someone to stand out as Weddle. It almost feels like the author was capitulating to the articles they wanted to be more like in the immediacy of this contest. So I thought that was a pretty sour moment of this article, but Also, I think the conversations drag on just a little bit. We probably could take out a few of these. If it's not clear enough, would probably recommend taking out the Sumerian and Weddle thing. Don't really know if that adds a lot besides just a moment where the thing accidentally hurts Weddle, who has to, cry for help. But the article still is subtle and sneaky enough to maintain this sort of vivid intrigue through the read, where you get reeled out, sort of dished out this slow information trail, breadcrumb style of what it is that this article is getting at, and why this anomaly is so charming and endearing. And it ends sort of at this natural, sort of logical conclusion, and we get to a really nice dose of awe to sort of cap it off with. So I really thought this article was nice. It's just very simple, very, very charming. I love how unambitious it was, and it's just a great instance of good writing. The author had a really interesting commentary. In fact, I think the commentary on this in the post here is just as interesting as the article in some ways. So I definitely recommend you read that. There's not much to really go over here. This is, once again, it's a little sugar-filled of an article. You're not going to find a lot of people who are not going to like ingesting a bunch of sugar, and so we basically have just a lot of praise here. That's fine. It is a really nice, cute article, and I agree that it's heartwarming, and it's got more substance in it to where people don't have to just say "pool boy +1." Like, it's got actual things that the commentators can connect to, other than just its mimetic potential. So this is definitely a good one. This is a pretty seasoned author, I do believe. Tai Yumin, check it out. Pool Boy, definitely recommend that one. So the best one from this week, in my opinion, is probably Micromanagement. I thought that one was so good. I think The Spark of Life is up there too. Both of these are definitely top 7 in the contest. Micromanagement and The Spark of Life. We also read a couple that Harmony liked, and I can't remember which one it was. I'll tell you any Finn. Yeah. Finn, I get it because it's a fish. That's funny. And then Never Strikes Twice, I think, was something that Harmony recommended as well. All right, well, that's it. So we are out of here at 4 hours and 42 minutes. That's not too terrible, I suppose. We'll clean up the rest of these articles up here next week. So basically, this is going to be from Jack and Joker on up. So that puts us at about maybe 20 or so. And that'll be it. We'll be done, and I'll be done. And I appreciate everybody watching this. It's been a lot of fun. If you don't know why it is that I'm not going to be doing the show anymore, you can just go to my blog and read about it. It's Lack of Lepers at medium.com. And it'll be the first thing that's pinned right here. This blog will end at 100 posts, and this one marks number 99. So I've had this blog for a little over a year. I'm coming up on 100 posts. I'm really I feel like that's a good place to kind of stop. I am going to be withdrawn from the space a lot. I won't be doing streams anymore. I got to make more room for my kids, who are just increasingly doing more and more activities that I have to be present at, which I'm happy to be present at. I gotta reduce a little bit so that they can become more. So that's really the bottom line. But anyway, so I appreciate you checking this out. I'm looking forward to finishing the task next week with the rest of these. I want to appreciate and thank Harmony, obviously, for coming by and doing her share. Next week she'll do some more, I think. Fern is going to do a couple of these next week, so I'm happy about that as well. And yeah, so check it out. What is it? Sunday we'll do SCP Meta at 12 p.m. CST. That's the last SCP Meta that we'll do as well. Like I said, I'm stopping all streams in about 2 weeks. The last one we'll do, by the way, is actually with Harmony. That's going to be on the 28th, the night the contest is decided. We'll do a stream, and that'll end a little after midnight. When the winner is announced, and we'll talk about the winner, which is going to be the loser, and we'll talk about that in detail. We've really saved our crit for that night. We'll probably give things like our top 10, just personal top 10s, things like that. So check it out. That'll be the last stream that I do. So I definitely appreciate my time here. I've had a great time doing this. I've been able to kind of capitalize on a lot of free time that I was very, very blessed to have. Like, for example, my job gave me like 3 months off with pay, after we had my second kid. So had a lot of spare time, was able to fit in a lot of good work. I hope that it meant something, people. All good things must come to an end, and so this is going to end next week. So I appreciate all this. This has been a lot of fun for me, and I do hope to see you on Sunday for our SCP Meta Show, and if not, maybe I'll see you next week at this time as we wrap these things up. But this has been SCP CRNP, aka Lack of Lepers, and I appreciate you coming by. Have a great, great week. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.